All right, I think probably it should be live now. I'm sorry for the long pause, but nope. Why? I think it's hosting no virtue again. Let's try that again. Okay, quality options are there. It is my stream that is up. Sorry for the very late start. Well, not very. Okay, as a whole, I'm a few minutes past where the outer bound of my start, but I'm definitely feeling like I've been pushing it lately. Also, I've been steeping my tea for some undisclosed amount of time, so I have a feeling it's going to be very strong, but I don't mind that. Um, but I am really happy to be back in Stellaris again. So I do want to, offer a very sincere thank you to the individual I was talking with about the code. I'll admit, like, the concurrent viewership has not been great lately, and I would love to know why. Um, but I also think that that shouldn't stop me from doing the best that I've got. And one of the things that I like about Stellaris, particularly with a new DLC, is that it's a chance for me to, show friends, show people who might be interested in the game what I sort of think about in the opening stages. This is a little bit of a problem because I suspect if you're familiar with Stellaris, this sort of stuff is very tedious. I play the game slowly. I also tend to be a little bit more role-playing oriented. So I'll make decisions that are not necessarily optimal decisions. I'll play on a lower difficulty. This one I'm definitely playing on a lower difficulty because it's been a little while since I've touched it. It'd be nice to sort of pick things up again. And if we just wind up stomping everyone, well, that's fine. We'll just start up another run. But I do think, there's a couple things that I want to try and say, just for those of you who are wondering where the stream is. Hey, Paper Duplicity, appreciate. Yeah, I really do. Thank you, Paper Duplicity. Yeah, actually, you're definitely one of the people I have in mind in terms of whenever I think, because I think maybe Hollow Knight has sort of shown. I think, at least, I mean, again, like, obviously, so here's the problem with saying what I'm about to say. Whenever you say this, somebody is just going to wait for the one time something isn't done perfectly, and they are just going to rake you over the coals over it. And to a certain extent, I'm a big boy and I can handle a bit of ribbing, but it honestly just is a complete pain because I don't think that that's really engaging in good faith, and I'm just tired of hearing it. But with that in mind, I think maybe Hollow Knight has sort of reaffirmed that I'm maybe a little bit better at games than people give me credit for. So I could probably try and do Stellaris at, maybe a more competitive, whatever that means in a single player game level. But the thing is that that's not actually why I like Stellaris. I like Stellaris as the big canvas on which I can tell the science fiction story, and that has been true since I streamed the game back, a couple of weeks before its release date. And that's actually one of the reasons why I was really glad that the individual I talked to about the possibility of getting a press key recognized that effort and was in line. They're actually really pleasant. So it's not just the fact that I kind of got what I wanted, because I would have done Phantom Brigade instead if I didn't have a key for Nemesis. But the fact that they recognized that actually made me very appreciative. And I think probably if I would give an angle in terms of where this is going, is that my hope is that I will be a Stellaris channel that once all of the sort of big folks that you're sort of used to seeing high up on that list, once they've sort of moved on to the next big thing. I know there's a new DLC for Europa Universalis due out, for instance. I'm still going to be here. And there will be, the later stages inside of the story of the Black Codex. And so that will hopefully appeal more to the people who are just play the game, man. So, obviously if that's not your thing, I'm not going to be able to really change that. But hopefully that's given a little bit of context in terms of, what drives that, what kind of drives the structure of these things. I think the biggest thing that I want to say is that I don't really see streaming as just me playing a game and ignoring the people. I play games differently than I do on my own time. Hey, Night Valian, was that a giant space bug? You mean on the loading screen? It absolutely was. It was one of the Leviathans. I guess you've never played Stellaris. For those of you who do not know Night Valian, he's been doing Final Fantasy VII. At least that was what you were playing. I didn't get to see you Friday, I think. But I believe the last time I saw you, you were playing Final Fantasy VII. But he's a Brazilian streamer who I tend to like to host and just generally like to promote because he tends to finish, or he tends to be streaming around the time that I finish, so he's sort of a safe pair of hands to put in. Although I do try to, change up the hosts and such. So if I haven't hosted him on a night that you're watching, that's not because I've gotten tired of him. It's because I try and have equal reach. But he's somebody who I've actually found playing some of Kit Fox's games, particularly Lucifer Within Us. And so if you like that sort of stuff, I suspect you'd do well to check him out. Now, very little of Stellaris. You assume it's a 4X game, destroy and or be friends with everyone. I believe that Nemesis, this new DLC that I'm playing, is actually trying to add a little bit more variation than just the pure wargaming element. We'll see how successful it is at it. This is about as close to a 4X style game as Paradox gets, I would say. But this is definitely much more in the mold of Paradox's grand strategy games, which are these games with lots of systems. What you tend to do is you tend to nudge these systems a little bit more than sort of, bring in sort of dictatorial control over your every aspect of your civilization. I love 4X games, by the way. I've really been getting into Civilization 6 again, and that series is majestic. I am never going to get tired of Civilization. So this is definitely, if you've ever wanted to get into the Hearts of Iron, Crusader Kings, Europa Universalis style games, Stellaris is probably one of your best places to start because I feel that it's the most user-friendly. And there's going to be a limit to that because at some point you are going to find that when you go into some of those maybe more complex games or older games, so the ones that haven't maybe learned some of the user interface lessons that Stellaris taught, you may find that there's a little bit of a pain point in terms of trying to get on board. But overall, I found this a really rewarding series to keep coming back to, which is why I'm playing it on the Mondays. And of course, I did want to highlight the fact that I was given a promotional key. There's someone I used to know. I don't want to say exactly who because it's not the nicest thing that they did, but this is somebody who I used to try and be very supportive of. And you know how on Twitch you'll sometimes run into these people who once they get some attention from someone else, all of a sudden, they have all the time for the person with the more concurrent views and not enough time for you. It happens commonly, and everybody's trying to play the game, right? So, it is what it is. But I've also noticed that they've started tagging their streams as #sponsored. I can tell you they're not sponsored. I know people. I'm actually quite good friends with people who are sponsored, who would get money to play Stellaris. That guy is not one of them. But it works, right? People go to the channel thinking that that there's sort of a financial investment from this publisher. Look, it's up to Paradox to enforce that. Apparently, they either don't notice, or don't care. So this is not a sponsored stream. This was a stream that somebody has very kindly offered a press key in recognition of my sort of long-standing coverage of the game. And if you do keep liking it, show up. Let me know. I really do like continuing to stream Stellaris, but if it's to a point where Paradox isn't getting anything out of it, it might be just something that's better for me to stream on my own. So anyways, I am sorry to spend so much time talking about stuff that isn't really related to Stellaris. Let's talk about the position that we're in. So my biggest two problems right now are energy credits and Empire Sprawl. Now, Empire Sprawl is one of these things, it's a big red number, which is really scary. And the trick on this one is really to just make sure that you are growing at a pace that is overcomes the difficulties introduced by having too much sprawl. So, for instance, I'm okay with my technology costs because I keep building research centers. Tradition adoption costs, on the other hand, are a problem, because if we take a look at my planets, I've got one temple, we've got a colony, and I don't believe I'm able to build a temple until I've actually upgraded my capital. So the unity that I'm losing, well, not losing, but basically the added unity costs that are coming from my Empire Sprawl aren't really being compensated by sort of additional investments in things that generate unity. So that's something I want to kind of be a little bit conscious of. Now, there is a plan to work that out. I'm going to have a more bureaucratically oriented planet, but that's, of course, going to require growth. So, oh yeah, actually, sorry, there was one of the reasons why I was spending all the time doing the housekeeping stuff was I also wanted to say I didn't update my panels below. I am no longer in the Epic Support a Creator program. One of the reasons for that was while recent behavior has been good, it was getting kind of tiresome that there was always that chance that somebody would talk about why the Epic Store was bad when I talked about the affiliate link. You notice I was trying to anticipate that a lot whenever I would talk about that link. And they made a couple of changes to the program which made it not as attractive for smaller channels. But unlike another affiliate program I was a part of, which tried to not pay me and ultimately didn't pay me the full amount I was owed, and then said they paid me like 4 times as much as they actually did for tax purposes, Epic, it wasn't very clear how I would close things out. Their support always got back to me within 2 hours, and I already have the money from Epic. So, I don't believe that's true, Paper Dupless. I say that because if you go on the list... Oh, sorry, I was wrong. Sorry, I really thought that was gray. You're absolutely right. I can build temples right away. Of course, it still doesn't answer the problem about available workers. So I'm still sort of in trouble on that. But you are absolutely right. I was wrong. You can build temples right away. I have no idea why I thought that was gray. I just I tweeted it out, Night Valiant, but I've already been crapping on so many things that I'll leave the humble stuff aside, because that is actually the one affiliate program I'm a member of. But I just wanted to say, like, if you are a content creator and you are looking for an affiliate program, do look at Epic Support a Creator thing. They treated me very well. They are probably the best one I've run into, and frankly, I would still be with it if I had a way of, if I could make the numbers work out for me. But with that in mind, there is the Epic affiliate link down below. That is no longer going to be going towards me. I still think you should use the Epic Store, but I just don't get money for it. The only thing I get money from now is if you use the humble affiliate link, and everybody said they wanted it. Nobody used it. So, I don't know what's going on with that one. There are some limits in terms of what I can talk about numbers-wise on those. But it was very interesting when I put the Epic thing on. Everybody was like, I'd totally use it, but I'll just never Epic. I'd never use the Epic Store. Do something that'll give me Steam, and I'll use it right away. So I actually did not want to do Humble. And I did it specifically because that was what people said. And then... Star System charted. Nothing happened. So, but that's fine, because I also know that, like, not a lot of people, a lot of people who watch aren't in a position to just buy games on a whim. I'm kind of lucky in the sense that I'm able to do that. I mean, maybe not on a whim, but like, it's not a major... I don't like agonize over whether or not I can get the... whether or not I should get this game, week X or week Y. I just want to make sure I don't go crazy. So I never feel too bad about the affiliate link things. The only thing I did feel bad about was the fact that I did something I wouldn't have done because people said that they wanted it, and then it didn't happen. So if people have other creators they want to support, that's totally fine. That's one thing. It was just really the fact that I really tried to make an effort for people who said that they wanted to, support, but the Epic thing was a hold up for them. And then, the reality was something different. So. All right. Well, my plans for the star system will not depend on Limbo, but I'm going to do that first. So the vault is a tomb for once hopeful immortals. Science officer Buri Bedonag asserts that the huge blocks of ternary code found in the databanks are neural images, digitized brain scans. Doubtless the aliens of Lyrum 1 considered this their only shot at a kind of survival, following whatever calamity befell their planet. They did not have the means to resurrect themselves, but banked on the impossibly small hope that eventually someone else would have those means. So we can let dead aliens lie and we'll get 2,000 engineering research, or we do not, but download the neural patterns for safekeeping. And that's what we're going to do here. Now, we have outlawed AI, so it's interesting to see what what we'll ultimately be able to do with this, seeing as we do not want to, to create new soulless machines. But let's talk a little bit about development. So we were already saying that I need to get energy. I need to get my Empire Sprawl under control. And then what's sort of underlying being able to get some more energy, because I don't have new sources of energy from system. Oh, actually, this little branch is looking pretty attractive. Unfortunately, that's going to cost me Empire Sprawl. So even going and taking something like Betrius is going to... that's going to involve some sprawl costs, and there are other things that I sort of want to annex first. One of the things that I'm worried about right now is population growth. So for instance, on Quantos, my home world, I've got 4 available jobs. On Intham, there's 1 job available, but then we can take a look at how long it's going to take me to get a new pop, which is... I can never remember these. There we go. So this is 3.5 a month, and it's about 123 in terms of growth progress. I think they said that there was sort of this this curve that this is going on now, so it'll probably change the more the planet grows. But I do have a slow growing species. So I'm basically looking at about 3 years to fill each job, which is not quick. And we were talking about how I want to be able to deal with energy as well as my other concerns. So I'd love to have more consumer goods and alloys right now, but what I need to start worrying about is the acquisition of raw materials. And then one of the things that I'm going to start putting some of these consumer goods towards, I think, is actually gene clinics. Which I don't normally build, but I think in this case will help me out with some of my population woes. All right, through hard work and experience, scientist Tik Jakir has developed new skills. In fact, I'm feeling so confident on this. Oh, you know what? I didn't research gene clinics. That's right. I went for the other one instead. And I'm fairly certain there's a decision you can make on a planet to incentivize growth, but man, I don't remember what it is. Or how I get it technologically. I'm assuming it's one of the... I'm assuming I'll find it when I look at it, but... Modulated fields allow for increased production and improved energy yield. So this is kind of nice. My technicians and my star bases. So it should be a flat 20% boost across the board because we're producing 118. We should expect to... Wait, that can't possibly be that much that we'll see. That's great news if it is actually that large, but... Now, normally I would love to do something like global energy management. AI-controlled colony ships is also something I try to take a little bit early because I do a lot of early expansion. But of course, we've got all of the colonies that I want to build right now. So in this case here, I'm actually going to build the basic combat roles. Global energy management would be nice because it gives me sort of a multiplier for for the energy. The catch is that I'm actually going to have to give up a fairly precious slot for that. And this is only going to, it gives a percent-based bonus. So again, it's a lot better when I have a bunch of people working energy tiles. So in this case, we'll do combat rolls just because we're able to put those onto our ships right away and gain the advantage. And the idea here is that that is a technology that I want, but it's one that I can afford to put back into the deck and redraw, because in the end, it's much more likely that I'll have a scenario in which basic combat rolls are good to have than a scenario in which I suddenly have this massive influx of workers. In fact, slavery from another group is one thing that could solve my work woes. But again, I need to find someone to conquer for that. Alright, Ceramo Metal Armor. A combination of different metals and ceramics that result in a strong armor without sacrificing flexibility. So this will allow me to kind of improve the survivability of my ships. Earlier destroyers. So we've got the option to mine exotic gas. Unfortunately, I don't think we have any sort of in range. That's a bit of a shame because that's good for research. Assembly patterns is a little attractive because it is nice to be able to build buildings faster. One reason I do kind of feel okay kicking the can down the road on this one is that most of my building is sort of done well in advance and I'm just getting workers to fill in. So in this case, I'm actually going to go for some early destroyers. I am a little bit lucky here that Buri Dakara is also an expert in Voidcraft, so, compared to Kali Dehan, who's going to take 56 months to research that, it's only 42 for us to get destroyers. And I can fill out my fleet. Now, one nice little side effect of my energy. Ooh, that is a really good one. I can start sort of filling in the gaps of the mining or the mines that I
technology secured.
I did like the research and minerals and such. I probably am gonna put myself back on the back foot by building all of these, but I think I'm probably going to expand into Wistral. And then now knowing that I've got sort of a big, a big branch that lets me take a lot of energy, I think this will be a worthwhile sort of accumulation of Empire Sprawl. Okay, biodiversity studies. So plus 20% to social research. Studying the different forms of life that appear on our world helps us better understand ourselves and life that surrounds us. Okay, so we can get rid of volcanoes. We're really not at a point where it's living space that's hurting us. It's really more our slow growth that's hurting me right now. So I'm going to do two things. Now that we're getting these destroyers, it's actually kind of cool that I'm able to get that extra naval capacity right away. So in addition to the Vernala Starfleet, the 20 corvettes that we already have, I guess I can assign a leader to these guys too. I know they're just going to be sitting around, but fleet logistics will help me keep those costs down.
Anomaly found.
An abandoned ship has been left to drift aimlessly above this planet. The massive sails protruding from its hull suggest that it relied on solar power to function. So we will research that. We're still taking a look. So Lambda Serpentis is not a bad little choke point, but so is Crash. Although there is the advantage of the trade node in Lambda Serpentis. One thing I can do to try and improve my cash is trade. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of really good trade nodes in the area. We've got Aranes, which is worth 3. We've got Intham, which is 1. And then there should be some trade value that comes from my colonies, but my colonies are just getting started, so they're really not worth all that much. But eventually, you can actually see the trade routes right now. Or wood. Sorry, I don't have another station, of course. But that's one thing I can do that's not population dependent to try and push that in my favor. Okay, so new pop's going to show up on Intham Prime. And the question is, do I want to put them in a specialized building like this? Yeah, I guess. Okay, this is not a bad time for me to talk about how the new district system works and how I'm thinking about it. But let's read the event. Solar Sailor, we have discovered an abandoned solar sail ship in orbit around Kuiper B1. The sublight vessel was built by an unknown culture and appears to be several thousand years old. One of the massive sails has a large tear where some kind of object passed through, most likely a meteoroid, which appeared to have disabled the vessel. Although the technology of the ship is severely outdated, it does possess some interesting engineering design choices. An interesting, albeit primitive design, and we get 498 research for that. Plus, of course, we're making our scientists better. This is one of the reasons why I always do the anomalies, or the events that pop up. So let's think a little bit about, and I'll just keep this at normal speed. So let's think a little bit about the choices that we have on Intham Prime. So one of the reasons I'm not worried about, natural wormhole. So this has now become a lot more attractive as far as a defensive position. We've detected what appears to be a naturally occurring subspace phenomena on the edge of the Messier system. A rift in the very fabric of space-time is formed here, creating a wormhole that, our scientists speculate, may provide a conduit through subspace to another wormhole located somewhere else in our galaxy. Depending on where the second wormhole is located, this could potentially allow ships to travel from one end of the galaxy to another in a matter of days. Unfortunately, this wormhole, like the vast majority of its kind, is inherently unstable. Any vessels foolish enough to pass through it would be ripped apart in seconds, if it could somehow be stabilized. So this is either a military advantage or a huge liability, which now is making this area of development much more attractive. Let's get back to thinking about how population on Intham is going to work. So I have about 3 years, I think, before we get our next pop. So what are the choices that I have? I currently have housing for 2, no available jobs. What job do I want to get? Well, one of the things I've been doing on Intham is focusing on its specialty for industrial districts. Now, one thing that I might be able to do in terms of designating the colony is maybe this one will become my specialization as a bureaucratic center. Well, that wouldn't necessarily make the most sense because perhaps I want it to be a forge or an industrial world, and in this case, just be able to improve the sort of the quality of improve the output of alloys or consumer goods. And right now I'm okay for consumer goods, so it would almost certainly be alloys. So I can double down on this advantage. Now the advantage of this one is that it comes with its own housing, so I'll still have 2 free available housing slots, and I'm going to be able to get more of these refined goods. These refined goods are going to require minerals, which I still am generating a bit of a surplus for. Not as much as I used to, but we'll also be expanding into some of these other systems. So we'll be okay for the raw materials. The thing is that because I'm already generating 25 alloys and I'm happy enough with my consumer goods, it's also very hard to argue that for my next 2 pops should really be focused on generating something I already have a surplus of. So then you could say, well, we were looking for energy before. Maybe I want to worry about a generator district. In certain circumstances, I have done this, but this is a chance for me to build a system which is really geared toward, I get to have this early planning now, and I don't need to worry about tearing down structures or redesigning the whole system. I get to say, this is what I wanted the planet to look like in the long run overall. And so remember how I was talking about how I hadn't been compensating for my added cost for Unity, and it would be nice to have more temples. This is one of these times, this is why it was grayed out, because I'd used up all my minerals. I'm going to build a temple here, because I want it on all of these kinds of systems anyway. I just need to queue up my next batch of exploration. This isn't the most efficient path, but I guess I can always build another science ship if I'm curious. Oh, nuts. But yeah, if I have a surplus of consumer goods, that means that I can use, let's take a look at Quantos just to see the cost of a temple. So in this case, it's 4 consumer goods, and it'll generate social research, Unity, and amenities. All of which is pretty decent for the given planet. So Intham, we should, at the end of the month, get enough money for our new temple. Oh, not even close. What am I saying? Anyways, we'll build a new temple. Again, I'm not all that worried because it'll be a while before the next pop comes
Star
on.
system charged.
And likewise, again, on this system, the more I can focus on farms, the better. This one might have a bit of a generator priority to it. And I guess I did say one of these was going to wind up being a... One of these is going to wind up being a bureaucratic center. Oh, it's already Castra. Right, because it doesn't have as many base resources. Hey, Gavinator! Ah, wonderful. Gavinator is somebody I know in the real world and is actually an incredibly generous and thoughtful individual. So if you ever want to know how to save a buck, this guy has got magic powers when it comes to getting the most from our corporate overlords. And I actually feel really good that I'm not playing the Megacorps that I usually play. I should show you at some point, Gavinator, the biography that I've written for one of my corporate species. Because there's a plant species out of it, so I just basically did 100 different growth puns inside of that one. But yeah, anyways, have you ever heard of Stellaris out of curiosity, Gavinator? Because I have no idea if this is the sort of thing you'd be into, but I have a feeling like Michel Eric, if he doesn't know of this, like he'd probably be somewhat into it because it's like huge and nerdy. Anyways. An anomaly, a small docking hatch leading to the interior of this asteroid, is visible on the rim of a small crater on its surface. The hatch was likely concealed once, but it has since been exposed by micrometeorite impacts. You've not heard of this? Okay. So, also for the benefit of anybody who's just tuning in, one of the things that's really neat about Stellaris, it's huge and complicated, and like it's 100% for these nerds who like spend too much time playing board games or things with like huge manuals. But what's wonderful about this game is that it's a big canvas on which you can kind of tell any science fiction story that you want. Paradox made a wonderful job avoiding a bunch of intellectual property, lawsuits by basically giving you enough dials to turn so that if you want to play, the Borg, you can play the Borg, and it's your fault. You made the Borg. Look, we didn't put the Borg in the game. It just happens that this player wound up making something that's exactly like this, well-known science fiction entity. And then obviously a bunch of people have done like modding for Star Wars and Star Trek and whatnot. I know Spock is my favorite midichlorian. But in any case, like it's a game where you get to play sort of the head of an interstellar empire. There's lots of systems going on in the background, and you are what you're winding up doing is you sort of nudge these systems towards your upkeep. So I suppose if you're a member of the civil service, this game should be super fun. Is this in the Call of Duty universe? This would be great because I mean, there's enough like Space Marines showing up in Call of Duty that you could probably actually make a reasonable claim. You could actually probably make a reasonable claim that you could do a Call of Duty oriented one. I am the upper legislative house. Anyways, but this is one of the things, like anomalies are the moments where you get to have these little bits of flavor. I should probably talk about the background for this species. So an ancient orbital shipyard drifts in silence above this world. It has suffered significant battle damage, and entire sections of the facility are missing. So I'll research that, and just before I go too much further in, again, please keep in mind the writing was sort of spur of the moment after character creation, but we are playing, well, the species name is Imutherian. We are the Black Codex. Accurately separating the facts and legends about the Black Codex would require membership, and anything less than membership in the higher orders would only be accurate about 60% of the time. Reputed members have ranged from Rhizome Capital's most popular televangelist, Francis Baybury, to the unnamed head of the intelligence services of the Blessed Alari Grand Duchy. These are two species that I played previously, or empires I played previously. The greatest cryptographers have been stymied by the Black Codex's use of metaphorical ciphers, while the great philosophers of lesser empires lack the computational power to bear witness to the labyrinthine sermons of Matriarch Bethen. The Black Codex knows and keeps all. What they do with the information remains to be seen. So because this is the viewer from last time, this patch is named after the science fiction writer Philip K. Dick. And the idea behind this one was sort of a religious order which considered kind of code making and code breaking as much as central to its tenets as the dogma and the doctrines itself. And this heavy suggestion here is that the membership extends beyond just the organization itself. Actually, in the character creation, we went for the origin remnants. So the civilization once spanned the void, controlling much of the galaxy. They were eventually defeated and almost destroyed, but after a long period of destitution, they are returning to the stars. So the implication here is that this was the intelligence. Whoa! We have found new life. The implication here is that they were the intelligence services of this great empire, they were able to preserve themselves and went into hiding, and this has gained a greater mystical element. So you kind of got the Gnostic elements, which would maybe be present inside of Philip K. Dick. Take your favorite conspiracy theory about the Freemasons or the Illuminati or whatever. Throw in some of the Pythagoreans, and you're getting some of the ideas here. So you slowly want to incorporate other members of into our society. Sounds. Oh no. Yeah, sorry, I know what you're doing. You're advertising the way that the new patch has. No, I mean we're going full Gnostic on this one. So if you're an evangelical, you might believe that the door's open to everyone. And no, we're very much of the spirit that this is all hard, and you're not smart enough, and if you're not smart enough, you're not going to get saved. And you can be one of the people who goes and gets the roll of paper for the matriarch or something. Even you have to have a PhD if you go and get the roll of paper for the matriarch. You can go serve coffee. Although if it's a soft drink, I personally won't drink a soft drink that's anything less than a PhD. So, anyways. Ichner Val Archivists. It's a stagnant ascendancy. So the first species we've seen is actually an old empire who are vastly more powerful than us, and they believe the exact opposite of what we do. They're fanatic materialists while we are spiritualists. So yes, we've heard it all before. We are the Ichner Val Archivists, and you're the Black Codex. Greetings, well met, stay out of our space, or face certain doom and so forth. Now, if you'll excuse us, we're quite busy. So we could say, new friends bring us closer to divinity. Your kind will not threaten our matriarch. Or, you walk the path of heresy, alien scum. Your kind will not threaten our matriarch. So we don't have any way of going inside these systems. So we're already starting to see what Nemesis has brought in. Because we're seeking more distant relations, we have no intelligence on what these interstar systems are. This is probably the right choice, because obviously running into an empire gave us full information on all the stuff that we wanted to steal from them. So much. Okay, pirate treasure. The asteroid appears to have been used intermittently as a base by a band of alien pirates roughly 1,000 years ago. A small boarding party has entered the base and managed to recover their abandoned treasure hoard. It consisted largely of stolen trinkets and artifacts, but some of it still appears to be of value. So we got 500 energy credits for the trouble, which is good, and 5 artifacts, which we can use for research if we want. These ill-gotten gains shall serve the state. And WX-1259C periodically spews an alarmingly eclectic mix of particles and radiation into the void. So this is a big research project. This is going to take a while. One of the problems I run into with this game is I always play it on sort of the more strategic mode, so you don't get to see just how pretty everything looks. But there's my researcher looking at the asteroid right now. It's very unlikely we're going to take this system. So what did the old way that the game worked was as soon as you saw an empire, you'd see everything inside here. Let's see if there's anything we can do. Okay, so espionage is not an option yet. Knowledge without understanding is dangerous. Unlike knowledge, however, understanding cannot always be taught. Okay. We still have a little bit of energy to maintain, and technology is going to be how we close the gap with our neighbor. So let's go to Glanfar and build a research station there. Automated shipyard. While conducting their survey of Thuban 3, ISS Deverk detected the remains of an automated shipyard in orbit. It's at least 1,000 years old and seems to have been subjected to heavy missile barrage. But one of its manufacturing bays is still in working condition. Science Officer Vub Basiram is confident that power can be restored to the shipyard, but it would be a significant project.
Situation log updated.
All right, we're going to do that special project. Oh, nope. Top of the queue. Where are you going? We've made first contact with mysterious aliens in the Thuban system. For now, we have codenamed them Gamma Aliens until we can find out more about them. If they possess language, we may decipher it in order to establish communications. Okay, what is this? Something tells me these are not going to be talkative. So this is new. Stage 2, assign an envoy to learn more about the Gamma aliens. I wonder if we can do the same with... There's something more powerful than the archivists. Yikes. Oh, it needs a construction ship. That's why. Okay. We'll fix that, and then... Yeah, so in this case, it looks like you can no longer just research it. You actually have to use diplomats to figure it out. Conduct a survey. As a matter of fact, joke's on you. That's exactly what the ISS Tabobka is doing. The census is 0. That is an incredibly precise estimator, by the way. That estimator is called ocular inspection. Alright. I keep spending all of my minerals, so I'm not able to build a temple on Intham Prime. And we are about halfway to a new pop, so I don't want unemployment. But the next batch of things I'm going to build will be in Wasset, and it will have a lot of minerals, so... So I'm just going to take a minute here to see what I can find about the new intelligence system. The surface of this asteroid is littered with metallic debris. Most of it appears to originate from starships of many different designs. So this is a routine anomaly. We'll research that for now. So yeah, we basically need to unpack everything about them. So our current intel, 10 of 10. Intel is changing at a rate of 1 per month to a maximum of 10. And we don't seem to have any options as far as infiltration. So I'm assuming that will come later on in the technology tree. That is not what I want this thing doing right now. The ISS Didama finds a disturbing tangle of technology hidden in a deep crater on the asteroid's surface. Evidently, someone has, with rather simple means, managed to stabilize a one-way wormhole, and Science Officer Buri Bedonag quickly asserts that the asteroid is the exit point. The other end opens up somewhere in uncharted space some light years away from a black hole, and small quantities of dark matter are leaking, being siphoned through the wormhole. Whoever set this up seems to have abandoned the operation. Alright, so while normally I don't want a base right on the doorstep to a potentially powerful enemy, dark matter is attractive.
Star system charted.
All right. Please tell me they're researching Thuban now. Oh wait, there can't be because that's a construction ship job. Okay, so looks like there's nothing here after. So let's see what's in this part of the galaxy. Long-range comms have picked up readings in the Thuban system that could be best described as giant heat blobs. It's worth investigating. Make it so. Okay, so if it turns out that these things actually can speak, I don't understand Stellaris anymore. Okay, let me just make sure that this thing's doing what I want it to do. So let's build the research station. We'll also build research. I can afford technically 2 more, but I do want the number to be positive, so I will only build the 1 for now. Junkyard. This asteroid was evidently used as a junkyard by someone at some point in the distant past. All manner of discarded machinery and metallic refuse has been deposited inside the asteroid's weak gravity well, being pulled slowly into the jumble of debris that now covers the surface. There's nothing of particular value to be found here, but a lot of the metal could be salvaged with the mining station. We should recycle what we can. Now again, this is outside of my territory, and I don't exactly want to expand my empire sprawl. We've actually done a fairly good job of closing that gap, so our technology costs and traditions and such are going to cost a little bit less. Alright, the diviners name the beings floating through the dark Tianki. They are a sacred and peaceful spaceborne life form that roams from system to system, feeding on gases common to the upper layers of many gas giants, and rarely showing any signs of hostility. We are to keep a respectful distance. Venerable. So we can research frequency tuning, we've got 20% progress to it, we've gained influence, and we are done with the Placid Leviathans.
Hailing us.
Who's hailing us? Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Tianki aren't hailing us. Expand. Yeah, actually, so this is one of the 4. Expand is one of the 4 X's. So one of the things that this game does to keep me from expanding is my Empire Sprawl measure. We've started to get past that by building a bureaucratic center. So we've got administrative offices. Currently, we've got 1 bureaucrat working on it. As the population grows, we'll have a second, hopefully giving me the Empire Sprawl. But one of the things that was introduced earlier on in the game is sort of this... there's a higher cost associated with certain actions the more you blob out. So you face higher technology costs, you face higher tradition costs. So these are sort of the ideals under which your empire is operating. Along with a couple of other sort of edicts and such. Use guns. Now guns we have. Guns, we've got 20 ships. Got a fleet of 20 ships ready to go. Unfortunately, the only thing I can really use the guns on right now is vastly more powerful than me. So this is really just for show. But they are very good at holding formation. I could upgrade them, I suppose. Forget bureaucracy. We'll immediately send every single paper pusher to boot camp and hope for the best. Alright, Intham Prime needs to get its temple. So we'll build that there. I may have problems building the extra research and such in Wasat, but that's life. Gribben still has a job available, and Quantos is... Well, Quantos I can expand with another generator district if it really comes down to it, but let's kind of deal with the slack in the labor market. I'm thinking in retrospect that decision not to build gene clinics probably hurt me in the long run. Okay, so we need to get my minerals back up to be able to build this other expansion. I'm not too upset about that because that just means I get to stockpile more energy credits. I could, of course, use those energy credits to buy the minerals that I need. But for now, let's just let's just deal with the automated shipyard. All right, we're receiving a weak signal from the surface of this moon. The source appears to be some kind of tracking beacon. Research it. And we have our destroyers. Good, something for me to spend my alloys on. While larger than corvettes, destroyers' hull configurations still make for comparatively nimble gunboats. Ah, okay. So, if I would like rare resources, I can actually already research the synthetic crystal plants. No, that's not what it is. That is not crystal exploitation. That is the ability to create synthetic crystals. Never mind. So ion thrusters will make my ships go faster. I don't have any use for fighters right now, and I can get better... I'm going to go for the ion thruster, although I really should get better weaponry. Alright, and I'm too slow on Intham, it looks like, so I let too much time pass. We are building the temple, but it's going to take about 3/4 of a year.
Vessels upgraded.
Now, normally these things will decay. I guess they can't decay any lower than a standard worker, though, so hopefully we'll be fine. At first glance, this planet does not seem capable of supporting living beings, but nevertheless, we've detected life signs. Oh, we've detected life signs emanating from somewhere beneath its frozen surface. An ancient survey marker. A small short-range transmitter has been located at the surface of Lisek 3A. It appears to be an ancient survey marker placed here eons ago to mark a large deposit of precious metals. The miners it was meant for evidently never arrived, as the deposit is still here. That's kind of interesting because whenever it refers to precious metals, it's usually talking about energy credits, but in this case that just became minerals. That or I misread it. Okay. We could afford to expand in Wasset now, so let's get that physics research platform and then we'll go research.
Anomaly found.
The material composition of this asteroid differs significantly from its neighbors. It likely has a different origin than other bodies of this asteroid belt, and it should be investigated more closely. We will be able to, so every once in a while, actually I don't remember if you were here, but we found a pirate base which we took all the precious metals. We need to build a mining station to actually be able to get the minerals from that one. But yeah, I definitely want to expand out here when I can. And I'm back to having money problems. Although I do have a big surplus. Yeah, so I'm sitting on a big stack of energy credits right now, which I think I'm going to keep in reserve. I want the possibility of running a deficit to be able to expand out the other materials that I need. Asteroid fossils. Fossils from what appears to be several species of aquatic animals have been found on the barren and airless surface of 8FV 937. There are indications that the surrounding asteroid belt was created from the remains of a shattered planet, and these findings seem to confirm that theory. Judging by the fossils, the planet supported life and was at least partially covered in water. There's that communism again. Ocean beneath the ice. Deep scans of Epsilon Indy B2 have revealed a large ocean heated by hydrothermal vents beneath the ice mantle covering the surface. Science officer Tik Jakir dispatched probes from the ISS Tabamka that drifted through several miles of thick ice and found the water below teeming with what appears to be life. We need more resources to conduct a thorough study of the many unique life forms inhabiting this ocean.
Updated.
Well, they can have their money. Deficit spending. Oh yeah, I wasn't talking about the deficit spending. I was talking about the using guns, not money. Okay, I'm going to queue up. I made a mistake when I was surveying these systems. So I went through the system, but I didn't actually survey it.
Construction
So once we're done with
complete.
LESEC, we'll check this out. And then I want to see... So we might have a small advantage. This will definitely be some kind of a rivalry, given that these guys are materialists. But as long as they don't declare war on me... they might be a decent buffer from the rest of the galaxy, which means I really only need to defend myself on this end and this end. The company that makes this game also makes a World War II game called Hearts of Iron. It is entirely possible to convert Canada into... Soviet-style communism or fascism, and they did their research. So, like, if you decide to go down the fascism path in 1939 in Canada, Adrian Arcand becomes the prime minister, and then if you go communist, you get Tim Buck. And that, like, I don't know if you've seen the logo for the Canadian Communist Party, but they actually changed the maple leaf in the center to the proper like the Canadian Communist logo is like a C. It looks like a cog, but then the other half of it is sort of like a sheaf of wheat. So that becomes the new Canadian flag. This one here, you don't need to worry about history. You can be whatever you want. Unusual readings suggest that there may be more to this desolate world than meets the eye. Or, you could be nice and let, William Lyon Mackenzie King, take us through the war. I actually usually feel really bad when I turn Canada into anything than a democracy, so I usually just play normal. All right, active matrices. Oh, that's right. This is why I shouldn't have upgraded my ships, because I'll just upgrade them again. All right, active matrices tuned for specific combat-centric tasks greatly improve engagement efficiency. So we've got better boom. I think I'm going to go for the cheap one here. We'll get the research station output. I don't actually think my research stations are generating all that much compared to my jobs. Yeah, my jobs are generating, holy crap, over twice. I've stored society research? How does that make sense? Anyways, I'll go for the 0G labs just because it's inexpensive. All this time you assumed that tech was just for try-hard fleet formation stuff you weren't interested in. Are you talking about the combat roles? Oh, yeah, I should explain that then. So I tend to ignore the ship designer until much later in the game. But for those of you curious about this tech that I just got, so you start off with something called the basic combat computer. Now this is going to change based on the type of ship that you're building. So it's actually good that we're talking about this. So I mean, when you play a game like Stellaris, right, you've got 10,000 different systems showing. Actually, this will appeal to Gavin because this is the shooty part. So we'll let I'll get your full attention by pointing the weapons. I guess if it's a navy, probably the weapons would be on the side. Well, no, they're on the top. They're pointing towards me. It's getting Genghis Khan into research. So the basic outline that you get for ships are, and sorry, Paper Duplicus, if I'm explaining something you already know, but I'm gonna make a guess here that people have played Stellaris. They took one look at the ship designer and said, hopefully the AI makes some good decisions here. So basic basic combat computer. There's a power usage 5. Power usage is determined by your fusion reactor. It, of course, costs more alloys, but you get more power from it. The basic is a fission reactor. So going from fission to fusion gives you 25 extra power, but it costs you 3 extra alloys. 3 alloys is definitely a very fair price to give more boom for your ship. So, basic combat computer has one tactic, swarm tactics. This ship will charge straight at enemies and try to deal as much damage as possible from point-blank range. Very good if you go for small mass drivers, which have a range of 50, as opposed to your small red... Oh, I'm sorry. I did not realize that mass drivers had longer range than the red laser. So apparently red lasers are the new melee of ships. Anyways, so... that is what you use Corvettes for in the basic build out. Now, when you get an upgrade to the combat matrix, again, it has a cost. It has power usage, so it doubles. It goes from 5 to 10. There's two things that you get. So number one, hey, Olaf, good to see you again. Number one, your ship fire rate and your evasion goes up. Both of these are very good. And again, if something in this game doesn't make sense, you can mouse over evasion. What does 67.5 mean? Well, it says all ships can evade attacks, avoiding any damage that would have been dealt. The evasion chance can be increased by thrusters and other components, but larger ships benefit less. So one of the things that if you have a combat computer does, your evasion goes up, which means the survivability of your ships go up. On top of that, your ship gets an increase to its fire rate. By the way, I do love the fact that this ship name is Doe. Got to put the wee ones to bed. This is okay. Great. Thanks for stopping by, Gavin. This is definitely a very slower paced game, but I really should talk to you about it sometime. I really think you'll like my plant capitalists. But yeah, have a good one. Please treat the little ones well. Well, of course you're going to leave the little ones well. But it's great to see you again as always. Okay. So, no worries. I actually like having chat and interactivity, Gavinators. I really appreciate you stopping by. Because with all of the okay, I do want to say about Gavinator. If you want, we should talk sometime. If you want me to promote the charity stuff that you do on the channel, but the time you spend in this channel. I know how busy you are, both at work and the outside stuff that you do. So I actually really appreciate you stopping by because your time is precious and actually means a lot that you take the time. And for those of you that don't know, something happened with Humble Bundle today in terms of them putting a hard cap on their on the amounts that they're giving to charity, and the default value is 5%. It's actually kind of hard to find out how to raise that number to 15%. So for those of you that care about charity stuff, Gavinator does a lot of this work and does it in a really good way. It is a very selfless way that has done a very good job of getting a community together to help people who really need it out. So when I say that he's giving up time, you're all giving up time to spend some time and share some video games with me, which I really appreciate. But I did want to take the time to just recognize what Gavinator does. Because again, these things don't happen if people don't put something of themselves into it. So, hey, Uncle Cranky, how you doing? Anyways, sorry, I was talking about combat computers. I'm sorry, I'm gonna keep your kids are gonna be cranky because they haven't gotten enough sleep. But thank you for stopping by, Gavinator. So we were talking about the combat computer. So the one reason why you would want the combat computer is the same reason why you want to upgrade your mass drivers or your lasers or something like that. You get more boom, right? You spend 5 more power, and you get higher fire rate, which means you do more damage. Or rather, there's more attacks in the second, so the second part of the damage per second is going up. And then you have more evasion, which means your ships are going to be lasting longer, which means the period of time in which they are dealing that higher damage per second is extended. What you also get once you unlock the new computers are different tactics. So you could also then say, all right, I'm going to move to picket. Now, notice that the advantages change. So combat computer is all about the corvettes are just going to come in and, like it says, swarm. They're going to put it all on the line, and they are going to they're going to try and do as much damage as possible, even if that means more risk to the ships. Then you've got picket. So in this case, the ship will advance to close range. In this case, that means 30 away, and then attempt to intercept the enemy. So this still gives them a higher fire rate, but it gives them a higher tracking as well. I don't believe it explains how tracking works inside of the window here. Nope, sadly it doesn't, and I don't have missiles to show. But basically, there's a trade-off sort of between tracking and... Well, not a trade-off, but there's a competition between tracking and evasion. And so the idea here is that if you want these folks maybe not to be getting right in the face of enemy ships, instead you want them to hold back and attack at range, you may want to prefer switching over to the picket. And this sort of stuff, again, part of this is preference, part of this is about how you want to build your fleet. But this is one of the ways, the reason why I've paused the game and taken the time to talk about the ship designer is that this is how, for me, I've started to make sense of everything that I've ever learned inside of Stellaris. What you want to do is you want to say, here's something I'm trying to do. And this is, to be honest, if I'm learning programming, if I'm learning math, most of the stuff that I learn, I try and take this approach, is to say, what am I trying to accomplish with this thing? Sometimes it might even be an idea that I completely throw away. I'm like, okay, I want to see if I can have like a long-range missile boat corvette. And it says, well, close range is 30. I know my enemies are packing, small red lasers. They've got a range of 40. So, I'm really not getting the benefit of distance. And for whatever reason, I have reason to believe that they've got low evasion. At that point, I would say, well, you know what? Maybe picket isn't for me here. Maybe I actually don't need the tracking. Maybe I need the survivability for my corvettes. Or it could be, why the hell do my corvettes keep dying? Oh, I'm currently using picket rather than swarm tactics. However you want to look at it. The thing that I find is really effective for me is to have an idea and say, this is something I want to accomplish. This is the role that this ship plays inside of my Navy. And then what you start doing is you start building things around it. So for instance, let's say that I was really interested in this idea of picket tactics for my corvettes. That's eventually going to translate into technology decisions that I make, where I say, right now I don't see that this is a viable approach, but perhaps down the road I'll develop some technologies that does make this available. And I can keep that in the back of my head as I move on. Another thing that becomes very helpful is maybe not looking at your individual ships in isolation, but taking a look at how they interact with other ships in your fleet. So now we can take a look at the Destroyer, which is the ship class that we unlocked with technology. They have 3 different types of tactics. So they start off with picket, right? So that already gives you an idea about what the role of a Destroyer is. Go back, let the Corvette sort of take the damage because they're more replaceable. The Destroyer holds back and makes sure that the hits that it delivers are real haymakers. What's the tactic for ramming speed? Battlefleet Gothic playing as orcs. So far as I can tell, you cannot Independence Day. Man, that is an old reference. You cannot go Independence Day on the enemy. Next is you can do line tactics. Now, line tactics is where these choices start to matter. So let's say I said, okay, I really like line tactics here. You've got an increase to your ship fire rate. You've got a higher chance to hit. I'm not 100% sure how... Actually, you know what? Let's learn this. I want to find out exactly what tracking does. So if you hit the little question mark down here, they really like hitting you with all of the cookies here. I don't think you can turn them off, unfortunately. So I'll save the settings. Let's look up tracking and find out exactly how it works. This wiki is maintained, is hosted by Paradox. It's sort of seeded with some values, but I believe it is maintained by the community. So, hey, the exception. All right, accuracy, tracking, and evasion. 3 parameters determine the chance of a weapon to hit its target. The accuracy and tracking of the attacker and the evasion of the defender. Accuracy comes primarily from the weapon stats. Accuracy is the percentage chance to hit a target with no evasion. Okay, so actually, I don't even need to really worry about that. So maximum of 0 or accuracy minus max 0, evasion minus tracking. Generally, the goal is to pick a weapon that has just enough tracking to maintain the weapon's baseline accuracy, i.e. tracking equal to the enemy's evasion. So if you're dealing with high evasion enemies, all of a sudden you need to worry about higher tracking, which does make it sort of interesting when you consider the difference between tracking plus 10, chance to hit plus 5. If you know that you're dealing with enemies that have more evasion than you can possibly amass for tracking, well, now chance to hit is a good choice because you need to you're guaranteed an opportunity, whereas it looks like that formula actually suggests that it's possible to have 0 chances to hit. However, this is going to hold at medium range, so my mass drivers are fine, but my red laser would be ineffective if I used my combat computer line. This is what I'm talking about when you make these kinds of changes, why you would want to... oh crap, I might have just messed this up. I think if I hit escape, exit, it's not going to mess around with it. But this is where I say, like, thinking of an idea or changing a component allows you to start building a ship and understanding those systems one part at a time. So in this case here, we've got, you know, combat computer. You said, okay, range 30, all my weapons are going to work. You know, I got an improvement to tracking. I don't worry about it. I say, oh, you know what? I really like this idea of sort of a long distance ship that's like, you know, dropping bombs on the enemy, and the corvettes are taking the risk. So at that point, it's like, okay, well, that necessitates a change to weapons that are actually going to work at that distance. And then you start saying, oh, okay, do I have the power to be able to sustain it? Well, in the case, it's 5 and 5 for all of these. So at this point, it's really just a question of shield. But you can start seeing how you'd start changing other parts of your ship. Finally, the last of the 3 is artillery. And this is the really, like, I'm staying way the hell away. This has long range, 80. So none of these weapons are going to work at this range. It improves the fire rate, and it also improves the weapon range. But again, a 5% increase to weapon range is not really going to make the difference here. So this would really be if I've got missiles, and I don't want these things involved in the combat at all. I want the corvettes to be absorbing all of the damage. So again, there's not necessarily a right way of building these things, but you can actually start seeing, like, because you know you get certain bonuses towards ships, I find that these are actually really helpful in terms of making some decisions about what types of, you know, weaponry you're going to bring along. What are you trying to accomplish with these various types of ships? Another important thing to keep in mind is that if you have a fleet of destroyers that are trying to keep a distance of 80 against a swarm of corvettes, it's actually kind of important to make sure that you have faster engines. Like your move speed has to be faster than your opponent. Otherwise, your opponent's going to successfully close the gap and you're going to wind up crushed. On the other hand, if you can form a really attractive target for your enemy to come after, and then you have your corvettes swarming them on their way to hit their primary target, they're going to lose a bunch of ships before they can ultimately damage you. So there's a bunch of different things that you can sort of think of. You can engage with this as far as you want, but I'm actually happy with the defaults right now. Paper Duplicate says, it seems like the intended design may be that the picket is for shooting enemies with high evasion that you actually need tracking to balance out, and line is for shooting slow targets where their evasion isn't an issue regardless of tracking. I believe there are some weapons. We can actually get a read on that right now. I believe there are some weapons that... that are not eligible, like, in terms of distance. Let me just take a quick look here. I believe the wiki should let you sort based on stat. Nope. Plasma throwers 30, but again, that's with... Well, no, actually, that would all... Plasma throwers are ineligible for line. Or, sorry, picket. I think the rest of these ones are... Oh, no, disruptors as well. I really thought the kinetics were ones that had shorter ranges as well, but that might have changed. Autocannon, actually, yeah, everywhere on these autocannons, they're within range 30. I always thought that the medium versions had longer range, so let's just take one more trip. I will move on from this, but I feel like this is a worthwhile conversation to have. Yeah, so the medium versions seem to have a longer range. But again, what we were talking about before, right? Oh no, pick a tactic. Sorry, it's close range 30. Sorry, I'm losing it. So yeah, it does actually seem like it really is just a question in terms of whether or not you need the extra tracking in those. I don't know where I got the impression that there were weapons that were outside of the required range. That may not have ever been true, but I for some reason really had that impression that that there were short range weapons, and that just simply doesn't seem to be the case here. So yeah, the difference in this case for the first two seems to be the whether or not you get that extra tracking. Although the principle still still remains in the sense that if you like when you start going up to more capital ships, you are going to have to you're going to have to make some decisions about what types of weapons you're bringing in. What does the auto best build stuff for the Corvettes and stuff do exactly? You were playing recently, wasn't sure what was optimal. You know, that's a really good question, the exception, because the last time I played, AutoBest did not actually give me the most recent version of certain technology, so I'm not 100% sure what goes into it. But I think the best I can say is that the AI tries to make what it considers to be the most effective ship for you, which I realize is not very helpful, but given the fact that I actually got into some trouble with the ship designer the last time I played because I was running these relics. I'm a lot less certain in terms of what goes into those calculations. Overall, though, it will prioritize higher tech over lower tech. And auto best is just simply like, if you don't do auto best and you get new tech, you have to go in and update your ship designs. And if you don't, then you are not going to be reaping the benefits of your new technology. And then, of course, you need to change the ship designer, and then you need to upgrade the ships. And if you don't, actually, one thing that I do find, maybe I should say, as an aside, I don't know about auto best, which I think is just auto update in the same. But one thing that's kind of nice is if you build in some basics and you're not sure how to like work out the rest of your ship, I do find autocomplete ship kind of helpful. Okay, special project completed. Science officer Tik Jakir has returned from the expedition that studied the rich biosphere in the seas beneath the ice mantle of Epsilon Indi B2. Several large species native to the lower regions of the global sea have been found to produce a unique inorganic molecule with immense heating properties. If this molecule is successfully harvested in large enough quantities, it could revolutionize the field of medical science and maybe even have industrial applications. Oh, living metal. But yeah, I mean, the tricky part about it is that like auto best is usually kind of obvious like 9 times out of 10. So if you upgrade to lasers 2, you're clearly not going to be seeing a lot of kinetic weapons on your ships. On the other hand, if you have lasers 2 and like, you know, kinetic weapons 2, I don't know how Stellaris thinks in terms of saying what the best composition is. It does seem to be that it will. I think it does put a little bit more emphasis towards things that will kill the vitals. So if there's something that will improve the damage to the actual hull, I think that might get priority over something that damages armor, and I think armor might get a priority that damages. Shields, but I could be wrong on that. That could also just be some other factor in terms of the rate of fire. It could be something that's related to. It could also be related to like tracking and evasion and such. And it's doing some background calculation of what the likely expected damage would be once you factor in accuracy. So I'm sure there's probably somebody who sat down and unpacked all of it, but I also sort of suspect the people who are going to bother doing those calculations are also the kinds of people who are going to want to design their own ships anyway. Primordial soup, nestled in sheltered pockets across Lisek 4's surface, is a rich sludge of simple organic compounds that our researchers believe could be a hotbed for abiogenesis, spontaneous formation of organic life from lifeless matter. I do appreciate the fact that they put a definition inside the event. Lisak 4 has an unusually thick biosphere for a barren world, which could make it hospitable for simple life forms. Although this presents a unique opportunity to study what could be the early stages of the origin of life, it would be best to set our expectations low, as it may still be millions of years before life evolves naturally on Lisak 4, if at all. This is a really desirable system. I want to see if I can find out what the story is with... Actually, I'm back into a deficit now. I think we're gonna keep from spending money right now. Okay, so this should be a shot in the arm. We've reduced the Empire sprawl. Here, we're gonna reduce the starbase upkeep. We're currently spending a little under 20 a turn. It's only gonna get me a handful of credits, but it really will help me out. Cash-wise. So we'll see that number change next month. We should see about 3 or 4.
Star system charted.
Okay, that's good. So this is attractive for all sorts of reasons.
Anomaly found.
It is kind of threatening beside the archivists, but impressive structures litter a small area of the surface of Epsilon Indi 1, practically begging for some archaeological work. Also, I did say I was going to reassign one of these ships to archaeology work. So let's realign. We'll see where this goes. The best news would be that this is all closed off, and in that case we only have... I mean, we're doomed if the Empire decides to come after us, but if we can defend on just two fronts, that gives me a little more efficiency in terms of my resources. Now, this is a real shame because I don't have the money to build a new church, but I do have a lot of energy credits, and materials are cheap, and I actually should have done that a lot sooner. It's 400. Why did the cost go up? Abandoned amusement park. These structures on Epsilon Indi 1 are not as old as we first believed. It seems to be a playground or amusement park of some sort. Science Officer Tik Jakir notes that many of the contraptions are highly complex creations that we can learn much from, and that, to the builder's alien eyes, this might have been a cutting-edge sensor array or even a gigantic art installation. Regardless, to us Emetherians, it looks mostly like a place where you would take your young and let them amuse themselves. 861 society research and 1100... almost 1200 engineering. Ah, I see. Because Gribben got reassigned to a rural world, I don't get bonuses to technology or to build speeds anymore. That's a pity.
Star system charted.
Okay. So, I'm not really sure expanding to a tropical world is what I need right now, but this is another expansion option if it comes down to it.
Charted.
This is a technically a closed off little spot of space, but again, depending on where the wormhole goes, that may just open up a liability. One thing I haven't been doing is maintaining my fleet, so we'll do a quick upgrade because I don't really want to mess with the default loadout. We do have a nice big surplus of alloys. I suspect I'm going to go back into deficit to maintain this, but let's build up the destroyers. These are 2 for ship size, right? So I've got room for 15. Let's, I built what? 4 or 5.
Vessels upgraded.
Oh, I don't have the naval cap for it yet, though. Alright, well, I'll take the hit on the cost for a little while. Our science should be catching up. Where's tech? I'm going crazy. There we go. Oh yeah, in 1 month. Cool.
Secured.
I meant to do that. And as extrasolar expeditions become more common, it is important to provide planet-side relief for returning fleets. So we've boosted our capacity. Okay, so vitality boosters to get a longer lifespan on my leader. I think we were talking about how I wanted faster growth, so we are going to unlock gene clinics. That is sort of trying to solve the problem from a previous turn. I am going to have to make some investments in city districts to be able to build all this up. I think that's actually money well spent, though. So I've got what I need on Quantos.
Special project complete.
The ISS Tatako has successfully restored power to the automated shipyard over Thuban 3. The facility immediately resumed its interrupted construction order, using what materials it had on hand to build 3 advanced raiders of unknown design. Unfortunately, the ancient facility broke down completely afterwards and has been deemed beyond repair. We have sent crews to the new ships and commissioned them, into our fleet. So let's get these raiders. We're not going to get them to join the fleet. We are going to dock them in the spaceport, though. So they don't cost me too much money. Let's go back to building out...
Anomaly found.
By chance, we stumbled upon a faint alien signal during the survey of this planet. The source appears to be a small object in orbit. The signal contains no message. Could it be a distress transponder? So I'm going to build exactly one of these mining platforms. I am tempted to expand out to Wistrel. We're not quite at the point where we're at the cap for stored influence, but I am definitely at a point where I should consider spending some of it. Okay, fortify the border. Nope. Increases the upkeep, but the output goes higher. Priest output goes up, higher spiritualists' ethic attraction. It's actually probably better if I get authoritarian improvements. Map the stars wouldn't actually be that terrible. Let's do map the stars for now. The mummified remains of a single individual belonging to a previously unknown mammalian species have been found drifting in high orbit over Messia 2. The being is dressed in what appears to be a flight suit, complete with a helmet, and may be a fighter pilot that ejected in some ancient battle, only to be forgotten and left behind. Our study of the corpse has provided some interesting data. A tragic fate, 574 social. So we've got one destroyer up already. We're building 10. Is that right?
Star
I think I actually
system
only needed
charted.
5. Midori Misha, baby, wake up! Chalk Stream. How you doing, Midori Misha? All right, so we're gonna start these excavations. We really should have done them earlier, but it is what it is. I'm gonna go crazy here. I'm actually going to build all these mining stations. Again, we're going full into deficit here. Scanning the star unveils a small object in rapid orbit. Its small size and high velocity make it difficult for our sensors to isolate. It's Russell's teacup. So what I'm doing here is I'm overdosing on minerals. And the idea here is that this is going to help build all those gene clinics. And what I'm also going to do is I'm going to take my construction ship after that, and we're going to expand out into Wistral, Redamon, Lyrum, and Larissa. And that should hopefully give me the energy credits I need to sort of finance the remaining expansion. We're finally back within Empire Sprawl, so I'm feeling like I can start wasting some capacity. But our currency is backed by absurd amounts of food, consumer goods, and alloys. Listen, what is the wealth of nations? You can't eat money. This is actually, so one of the things that I do kind of like about
Anomaly found.
The Paradox games, and it's like no game gets it perfectly, because in the end you want to you want the game to be fun, and sometimes dealing with this sort of stuff isn't fun. Let me just read the anomaly here. But preliminary scans of D9-863 indicate that a heavily armed vessel is in the orbit of the asteroid. It would be wise to proceed with caution. But if you think about governments and what they do, like, there's a bunch of promises that have been made to people. There's some promises to the taxpayers in terms of what the tax rate is going to be for them, and there's also been a bunch of promises that have been made to people in terms of things like, in Canada it would be employment insurance and whatnot. Oh, hello, we're already dipping into our consumer goods. That's not healthy. I'm gonna wait this out a little bit. Again, I've got a big surplus of consumer goods, but it looks like I'm gonna have to shift those. I may have to build up my capacity there. The probability conundrum. We've gotten a report from Science Officer Tik Jakir. It seems that a ceramic container is circling the star Sadabari C. Most peculiar. It should obviously not be there, yet somehow it has managed to find its way into close orbit. A special project can be issued to investigate the container and try to deduce how it ended up there. So we could say a conundrum worth investigating, or surely this is a sign of the divine.
Situation log updated.
And I mean, part of what politics is kind of going to wind up being is just a question in terms of what promises get broken. And to a certain extent, that can happen in a bunch of different Paradox games. So, if you're playing something like Imperator Rome or Europa Universalis 4, you solve that problem sort of the way that the countries that they're about solve the problems. You go and you conquer other areas and you take the resources from another group, and that is how you wind up financing all of that, all of those promises that you made. And then, on the other hand, you have what can happen in Europa Universalis, which is that you borrow so much money that people will no longer lend to you, and you have bankruptcy, and basically there's a bunch of costs in terms of your ability to manage your country in that. You have to introduce that in a game because, otherwise it gives you an incentive to borrow and never pay back. So it is kind of interesting in these different games to sort of see how these sorts of things get pulled off. I do get annoyed by the games that basically just sell something on you to cover the deficit. I don't like margin calls in games any more than I like them in real life. Not that I have ever worked on margin, but it is kind of neat just to see how well you can toe that line. And I will admit, what I should have done, instead of having those moments of unemployment, what I probably should have done was spent some of that surplus to buy the minerals that I could then use to build my temples and so on. But in this case here, like, what I'm dealing with is not a question in terms of, am I going to break a promise to like taxpayers, or am I going to break a promise to people who I've committed certain programs to? What this really is just a question of me realizing the capacity that I have. There's a bunch of unconquered territory, which is well within my grasp. As soon as I take Wistral, I basically am back in the black. And when I take these other systems, I'll actually be on a fairly good foothold. Even if I don't expand my empire, I just need to simply have more people be born to be able to fill in that capacity. And in the end, that's what, kind of the finance departments of a lot of different countries are doing. Some of them are looking and saying, it's like, our birth rate is going down and we don't have enough immigration to replace the workers. Like there's, countries that are aging. And there's going to be a lot of demand for services as the population gets older, and there's not necessarily going to be people who are there to work them, to provide them. And of course, the answer in Stellaris is you build robots. But if you're a spiritualist group, maybe you don't do that. Maybe you just get slaves or something. So. Margin Call is a really good movie. It's one of the few. I like it because, unlike most of the other movies that try to do, I'll rant about this, but let me get the incoming transmission done. So, Matriarch Dimi Bethan, we understand that your empire is home to an individual whose brilliant mind transcends the tragic primitiveness of your species. While the talents of buried Bedonag are sadly wasted in the Black Codex, we, Nerval, have always used for skilled scientists to work in our archives. As such, we are offering you a unique chance to earn our favor by allowing us to take charge of her. We already have a ship en route to pick her up, so you only need say yes, and everything will be settled. I'm sure you wouldn't want to disappoint us, do you? No, we need her. Okay, so one of the things I don't like about movies about the financial crisis is that they will usually try to explain it. Like, they'll position themselves as if they're explaining what really happened, but they don't actually really explain. So The Big Short, I think, is guilty of this. Or they tend to be, like, they very clearly have an axe to grind, and the arguments can be presented, in a way that the audience finds very attractive, but don't always stand up to scrutiny in the long run. So I could not stand Michael Moore's Capitalism, a Love Story. I've seen everything up to Capitalism, a Love Story, including Roger and Me. I personally don't care for those kinds of movies, but I understand why people like them. But actually there was one called Inside Job, which does a really good job of presenting itself as quite a bit more reasoned. But when you sort of dig under the surface a little bit, it doesn't actually make that much sense. And this isn't to be some kind of apologia for the finance industry. I mean, they can it's their job to show that they're actually doing something worthwhile. But particularly Friedrich Mishkin, who comes off as this really craven and, guy's totally in the pocket of big finance. I could actually point to you a couple of fairly good articles that he had written before the financial crisis that specifically inform some of the things that were very effective in addressing it. And it's a shame because, like, it's one of these ones that, like, when I first watched, I was like, wow, this is a really good documentary on the global financial crisis. And then, like, I actually kind of sat down and thought about it. And I actually talked about it with a guy who's now at the Bank of Canada. He's one of my old professors. And we sort of parsed it out. And, like, he did a good job. He didn't necessarily, like, tell me what to think about it, but we sort of talked about it. And I'm like, yeah, actually, that doesn't make sense at all. And, I kind of asked him, I was like, okay, what about this and what about that? And we went over. I was also kind of interested in Islamic finance, which a previous prof had sort of talked to me about. And we had a chat about that. He didn't know as much as I did, so that was kind of where I was contributing more to the conversation. But, Margin Call is unique in the sense that it's quite a good movie, and it's about people. It's a thing that makes any movie good. You've got a bunch of people that want something, and they're somewhat swept up in events that will have profound impacts on their lives, but also larger impacts on the world as a whole. And there's pretty clearly some good guys and bad guys, but I really felt like that movie didn't come out of the way, didn't come out and tell me how I was supposed to think about the the financial sector after watching it. And I tend to like it when movies do that. Nefri's Pride. The armed vessel discovered in orbit of D9863 is an abandoned military spacecraft called Nefri's Pride. Its light frame and evasion hardware suggest that it was built for long-distance patrol missions, but it has since been retrofitted into a long-range stealth bomber. Records of the ship's comms reveal that it was hijacked by a rebel guerrilla on its way to perform a strike against a secret complex called Zvan Labs, said to hold a weapon so powerful it could win them the war. When they were shot down, we have extracted the ship's destination from its navigational drive. Send the science crew to the lab.
Situation log updated.
Where's the closest ship? Thought the film was more sympathetic towards people in finance than The Big Short. Yep. It definitely was. So, I can't remember the name of the director. It's a shame. I think he's attached to an adaptation of a book that I really like by John Carreyrou called Bad Blood. It's about Elizabeth Holmes and that Theranos sort of scam. The thing I've noted, I think his name's Adam McKay. So he's done The Big Short, and he did a movie about Dick Cheney. And the thing that really bugs me about the way that he does movies, and again, this is a guy who's very successful at filmmaking, and he's not going to lose any sleep over the fact that I don't approve of the way that he does this. Research station output plus 10%. A lot of critical research can only be done in a zero-gravity environment, which these specialized laboratories are eminently designed for. This would have been a much more appropriate conversation for Megacorps, but, well, we'll make do. Ooh, auxiliary fire control, so better chance to hit. Mode harvesting traps, I will eventually... Actually, I don't know if... Yeah, I'm pretty sure this will still allow me to exploit the moats within my borders. Crumbs. I don't really know if I want to do... No, I'm going to do global energy management. I am going to run into some energy problems reasonably soon. The thing that kind of bugs me about the way that he does movies is that there's usually some title card or there's some description that's going to give you the promise that it's going to show you how things really happened. And the movie completely fails to deliver it, but you walk out of the movie under the impression that you are better informed about what was going on. Now, to a certain extent, I like movies because they entertain me. I don't actually need to have a better understanding of the financial crisis having sat down and watched a 2-hour Hollywood presentation of it. There are textbooks, that you can read about the financial sector. If you are particularly academically inclined, there are also papers published about the financial sector. This is a fairly well-studied problem, despite what you might have read from Paul Krugman. Paul Krugman is clearly not reading those papers because I happen to know quite a few things that cover things that he was talking about that, he says weren't covered. So the issue isn't so much that these movies aren't actually educating people. It's that they are kind of giving this claim, and part of the sales pitch is that that's what's going on. And they wind up, particularly in the case of the Dick Cheney one, and I mean, I have no sympathy whatsoever for the Republicans. It's definitely pushing a very specific version of events, which I think people who have worked either in that administration or have advised it strongly disagree with. So like the whole idea that Dick Cheney was secretly the president under George W. Bush. I know George W. Bush doesn't think that. I know that a lot of people advising Bush do not feel that that's what was going on. But this movie is selling that and sort of saying that it was exceptionally well researched, and this is, you know, we can't say this was really what was happening, but you know this is what was really happening. And I just think people are kind of walking away from those movies feeling like they've been informed about something when in fact, you know, what they actually saw was entertainment, and it should be recognized as such. So, you know, The Big Short, it's entertaining. You know, I like seeing Margot Robbie in a bathtub explaining financial concepts as much as the next person. But the thing is, if you actually look at those bits, they don't really explain that much. So you have a way of speaking about economics and financial stuff that even though you don't understand it before and don't really understand it after you're done, it's still interesting, and I'm glad you did. Oh, thank you, Midori Misha. I mean, so if there's something that I'm not explaining well enough, or there's something that isn't clear, I will try and unpack it. But I also sort of know it's Stellaris and people don't want to hear my opinions on finance all the time. So in this case, I'm really just I'm actually talking a little bit more about propaganda, you know, and I liked Margin Call because I thought it was a good movie, and I thought the movie didn't talk down to me, and I didn't really like, the Big Short I did not dislike watching. I did not like how it claimed to be teaching me something when in fact it was at best not informing me, at worst misinforming me. The colonization of alien worlds has opened up an entirely new field of biomedical research. So this is going to be what enables that growth that we were talking about. Given the fact that I just put myself into a big deficit, I really need that growth. So, I could do an off-world trading company. It's cheap. Unfortunately, I don't have the star bases to make that worthwhile. So I can boost my fleet command limit and add some more destroyers. I could do wildlife removal. I could kick the can down the road and do energy siphon. I think I'm going to go for the space combat doctrine. And that'll allow me to combine even more ships into the stack. All right, so I want growth. Let's start building these gene labs. Or gene clinics, rather. So again, the logic here is that I've got 4 jobs available. 2 of them are technicians. Technicians right now, an individual technician is generating me 8.6. So even if I have 1 extra technician to work that slot, I'm going to be able to, I'm going to be able to cover the deficit that I currently have. The only way these 4 slots are going to be filled is with population growth or slavery, and I don't have any slaves. There's no way I'm going to be able to get slaves from the Empire, the other Empire rather. So what we're going to do here is we're going to build gene clinics. Now the thing is this is going to take consumer goods, which you've noticed is starting to fall back into a deficit. So there's a fix for that too, which is to find one of the worlds which I'm focusing on consumer goods for, probably this one, and I need to build out my industrial districts. The reason I'm okay with doing that is that I'm not able to upgrade this building until I have 10 pops. So I may eventually want to decide to build some more city districts, or I may decide to wait until I upgrade the planetary administration. But I'm sort of supplementing the cost of the growth with things that I do have access to, which is additional consumer goods. And it's just a question about being able to pay for it. So I'm not buying up minerals because I still have a free job available. So I can add that industrial district later. Excuse me. I'm really weirded out why it's called...
Star system charted.
Why this is a rural
secured.
World. Like, surely, if anything, it should be an industrial. Yeah, I'll let them stick with what they've got. Okay, archaeological site. Sorry, I should have read this before. The strange ruins show no sign of damage beyond neglect. Homes, factories, buildings of unknown use, they all stand empty and abandoned. Where did everyone go? It seems likely that a large building in the center of the colony may hold the answers. Investigate it. The strange... Oh, yeah, we've got that. Spiritualist empires are the damnedest thing. We don't want robots. They don't have souls. We need buildings with souls to enslave and force labor upon. Well, in fairness, that's my group. Because we're authoritarian, slavery is an option. If we were democratic, we couldn't do that. So, ion thruster. These electric thrusters use beams of ions to generate thrust without the need for propellant. Okay. So, I could spend forever to do living... I remember this one time somebody tried a backseat and it's like... I was at this stage of the game, they're like, research living metal. And I'm like, 277 months of not doing any engineering research? Are you nuts? But I don't know. Like, they really wanted me to research living metal for some reason. The thing is you can put off these things. The upgrades that I get through all of these other details are going to be, like, it's going to be how I can build a better technological base in which researching living metal suddenly becomes viable, right? If you start researching it for 277 months, you are just closing yourself off from so many cool things that you could be doing otherwise. For instance, I'll do powered exoskeleton. Well, I really want to do Starhold, but I know I don't have the energy for it. So I'm going to do powered exoskeletons just because of the extra minerals. Look, we're in a constant series of wars that regenerating armor is critical to avoiding attrition. Do it, no ball. Yeah, I am willing to deal with the scorn of Twitch chat, saying that I'm not willing to spend 277 months on that work. Through hard work and experience, science, Barry Badonag has developed new skills. Okay, so I got a little ahead of myself. We haven't quite got the minerals to do the expansion, but. Yeah, just 2 years. What was the thing? 2 years if I go to the top speed and just leave the game alone. That's definitely overstating it, but okay. So let's think about what it's going to take me to get another one of these slots. Slots can be unlocked by building blank or upgrading your reassembled ship shelter. So I know that if you do more city districts, you gain, you unlock the these blocks. It just doesn't say how many it takes. I think I'll just start building them and see what comes up. So, who's going to be running out of jobs first? Probably Castra. Although Castra's going to need a lot, because I want to build a temple there as well.
Construction
Tricky.
Complete.
Maybe I want to focus more on my other colonies. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to think about that. Okay, let's build a star base in Wistral. One city district? Oh, that's great. Through hard work and experience, our science officer has turned into a mad scientist and is now better at his job. Mad scientists are great in this one. It's not quite the same as Stroke of Genius, but I'm always happy to have mad scientists. I think that it's more likely that you get the purple techs with them, if I'm not mistaken. I know it says the 5%, but I'm pretty sure that there is another like unstated bonus. Oh, that's right. I thought it was careless, but obviously my memory's not been great on this game the last little bit. Oh, this is really interesting. So if we take Lambda Serpentis, we sort of get a claim an implicit claim on all of these. Now, I may not actually want to pursue it until I see what's in Riser. But if we can lock down Riser, our expansion options get pretty tasty. Becoming maniacal gives you +5 research speed, so mathematically geniuses are just double crazy. Can't argue with that. That's how math works. Okay, a large crystal has been found inside what we know to have been the colony's central administrative center. In some way we cannot fully describe. The crystal seems to have wanted to be found and is trying to communicate with us. Perhaps with further study, communication will be possible. So we got physics research for that. Now we can see why they're they're mad scientists now. More red tech so you can get jump drives for faster early unbidden. Yeah, that's just what I need right now. Building in this long growth plan. So actually, I mean, if we want to talk about econ stuff, like what I'm trying to do here, please tell me I have doctors working. Yes, I do. Although I kneecap my energy production doing that. So we probably won't be able to recover everything from the energy and still be able to expand this. We'll see how it goes, but you know, a bunch of countries are currently taking on lots of debt, and it makes a lot of sense because, of course, the economies have contracted due to the pandemic. And so the idea here is that they are making these investments. I mean, one of the biggest things that they've been trying to do is to stop people from becoming separated from their work. So even if you can put someone on furlough, that's better than having them laid off, because it's like, what would be great is if you get a vaccine that you can just kind of turn everything on again and everybody's ready to go. And of course, if you've lost your job, then you have to kind of do that job search, and it may not be the same one. And of course, when you're starting a new job, you're not as productive as when you're, you know, in a job you're already familiar with, and all sorts of other reasons behind that. It's like what Canada's running into right now is a lot of talk about our deficit, because it's the largest deficit that we've really run. But one of the ways that the government is justifying, and again, I want to be really clear on this one, this isn't an argument for or against what the government of Canada is doing, so much as just how they're justifying it, is they have their modeling, and what they're looking at is basically debt to GDP. And the reason why they're sort of appealing to debt to GDP is that they're feeling quite confident that the spending that they're doing will lead to economic growth. And ultimately, that will mean a larger tax base from which to pay back that money. And some of that is a question of investment. So I don't think anybody's going to really argue that, you know, the concentration of economic resources in an area, things like building a hospital, building roads, traffic stops, you know, things like that. That's obviously stuff that allows cities to flourish. You're able to build businesses there. You know, if you don't have roads that can reasonably get people to your place of business, you're not going to, you know, you can be very good at what you do, but it's not going to be as effective as if there happened to be easy access to your business. But generally, you know, you don't have the money just lying around for that sort of thing. So you take on debt, but the idea, of course, is that you make these investments and that it will produce the circumstances under which you're able to sort of pay back those work. Oh, I see what happened here. My destroyer went in my other fleet. So again, the reason why they're not freaking out about the debt is not that it's not that they don't care. It's that they believe that the policies that they're enacting. So there's a lot about childcare, for instance, and the idea here is that you now have the ability for women to participate in the workplace. And of course, by enabling people to participate in the workplace, you are adding the number of hours worked to the economy, you're generating more, and we have more goods and services, and we're generating more economic activity, which of course can be taxed. Now, of course, there is the other idea as to whether or not you're properly taxing all of that, right? Because they always like talking about the middle class and those who will join the middle class. And in the end, somebody's got to pay for all of this. And I haven't really looked into how sustainable it all is and whether or not taxes will need to go up. Because, of course, that's what the conservatives will always say whenever there's a deficit, which is that, well, the taxes will have to go up to pay for it. But it's really hard to take a look at emergency measures and say that this represents sort of what the budget will look like going forward. Clearly, a lot of this is temporary. And a lot of this makes a lot of sense because essentially the argument will be is if the policies that you're making... I am going to tie this back to Stellaris, so it's like, why am I not freaking about 19 energy credits? If you can say the policies you're making are basically going to enable the growth with which you will pay it back, that is better than doing what kind of happened in the Great Depression, which was, well, we just won't, it'll sort itself out, and it didn't, and it sucked. That's a really oversimplified way of explaining it, by the way, but... So essentially here, do I think I can get this 19 energy credits back? Yeah. Why am I willing to take that on? Well, first of all, I'm generating a lot of minerals because I can build all of my gene clinics using those minerals. I also will have enough alloys to be able, I'll produce the alloys. I'm already able to produce the 23, and I know I need to get more consumer goods, so I don't want to have that fall behind. But I'm going to be able to produce the consumer goods that I need, and I'll be able to produce the alloys to expand me out to sources of energy by taking this on. Right now, I've got a big stack of energy credits that I can work with. Now, this game doesn't really have debt, but essentially that's kind of what countries have. They have a certain amount that they're able to borrow. And in this case, they're willing to sort of draw down their assets for a little bit. Again, assuming that they had them, or in this case, take on the debt. And in this case, I just know that I'm going to be able to get my energy credits back up once this stuff gets back online. I am ultimately going to have 3 more people working these technician jobs when all is said and done. But more than that, all of these other planets, which are going to be doing other things that I want them to do, are going to have fresh new gene clinics, and fresh new gene clinics that I was able to build earlier on because I bothered to take on that debt rather than just saying I got to save up for all of it. The other example you could take would be it's a little bit like a student loan. If you go to school, chances are your outside option is to go and get a Starbucks job. There's nothing wrong with working at Starbucks, but it doesn't exactly pay all that well. And so you take on debt to go to school usually. If your parents pay for it, wonderful. That's really great if they do that, but that's not what that definitely didn't happen to me. And so the idea here is that because you now have these skills, you're going to be getting a better job that pays you better than what the Starbucks job would have been. And so you can start paying yourself back at that higher wage, or paying the loans back rather, at the higher wage. And of course, you didn't need to wait however many years working at Starbucks to be able to afford your education. It's kind of the same argument here, except we're talking about buildings. Strange crystal. After a great deal of trial and error, a breakthrough has been made. The crystal is some sort of a psionic archive, but its records are fragmented. What we know is that this was a colony of the Zroni, a psionically gifted race who discovered a dimension which came to be known as the Shroud. Once the Zroni population reached critical mass, it seems that their collective unconscious minds began to make contact with the proto-Shroud in dreams, leading to mass lucid dreaming. The phenomenon was studied, and the Zroni discovered how to psionically project themselves into the Shroud, at which point they also found that they could manipulate the very fabric of reality using their psionic powers. It was long before the Zroni discovered that they could physically enter the Shroud and live like gods, transforming the dimension to suit their whims. The archive's records end there, with no information on what happened to the inhabitants of Castra Prime. But while there are no answers here, we have learned of another Zroni colony which may contain a more complete archive. And it's within my borders. Excellent. So, Shroud fans are are quietly rejoicing at
Special
this.
project complete.
We've tried everything in order to find out how the ceramic pot ended up in stellar orbit. Maybe we're all crazy. Maybe it does not even exist. Guess what? We tried calculating those facts as well. We're done. There is nothing more that we can do here. The only plus to this is that we had tons of time to spend on philosophical and economical questions when we could not stomach to keep investigating the damn thing. Why? 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 We still have enough ethics. Or influence. I don't know if we have to do new stuff for the Shroud, but that was just an archaeological dig that I did. I'll just automatically upgrade because I've got a bunch of alloys sitting by. I am correct. Like, I'm not missing a science fiction reference here. This is Russell's teapot that's supposed to be, right? Or is there a reference in a science fiction story that I'm missing? Okay, so I have what I need on the capital right now.
Vessels upgraded.
I think I'm just going to slowly add one district to each of these. May have missed some context while doing the dishes, but there are very few different event chains that could be considered. Oh, there are a few. Okay, interesting. I mean, I did bother to read some of the patch notes this time, but nothing too dramatic. Again, I kind of like just discovering what's new as it hits. Playing Iron Man, that can sometimes hurt you because, like, there's obviously the planet that's encased, and you open it up and you just wind up with a really powerful, pissed off neighbor. That's always an unfortunate one to run in if you don't know what it does. But okay. I completely forgot to read the text for Galactic Ambition. So the banner of our great empire will one day be as common as hydrogen throughout the galaxy. But does anybody remember where this one comes from? Oh no, hang on. This is the wrong one. No, it's got to be the other one. Never mind. Colonization fever. Colonization seems to have gripped the populace. Their enthusiasm and patriotic fervor draws additional population to new colonies. So this would have been nice to have earlier, but that's life. Oh man, this thing is swimming in energy. I pretty much have to take this. Again, there'll be some sprawl consequences, but ones that I'm willing to take on. Anthem gets... So I'm waiting on 58. You got your fingers crossed for big void spawn coming in soon? No! Leave me alone! I want to win this one. Alright, let's get my energy. So we got 5 spoken for... Sorry, we've got 5 online, 1 spoken for, and then 1 from the mining. So that's a net 3 expansion. Redamon's going to be a net 1, so we're going to be up 4. Lyrim's going to be up 6, so we're up 10. And then this is going to draw it down, so 6 plus 2, so we're going to be up 8 when all is said and done, so we still have a deficit of 11. But this is going to put us in a pretty decent spot, and I believe taking all of this will actually still... Colossal impact crater hints that something big collided with the surface of this planet once. I actually think that we may still be below our Empire Sprawl when we finish all of this expansion. A new faction has recently been gaining traction in the internal political landscape of the Black Codex, led by scientist Buri Bedonag. They call themselves the Committee of Research Efficiency. Their members have been pushing hard for the advancement of the sciences. So they don't like the AI outlaws, and they don't like... we might be able to do the research treaties. So my temptation for this sort of stuff is always to do suppress faction, but this does have happiness implications, and obviously losing... So right now, I need to weigh the influence that I'm losing by having an unhappy faction against the influence that I'm losing by actively suppressing such a faction. Our science officer has found an anomaly. It will require extensive probing, but could garner a substantial find. In this case, I'm just going to cool it and let it kind of handle itself. I am a little curious about whether or not I want to mess with Messia. And again, it's just a question in terms of where the wormholes go. FTL impact. A massive crater on Elgrot C2 appears to be the result of a collision with a starship. From the size of the crater, we suspect that a ship exiting a hyperlane at maximum velocity rammed the planet for reasons unknown roughly 10,000 years ago. The ISS Deverick has picked up residual subspace echoes near the crash site reminiscent of a collapsed hyperparticulate field, but as the ship itself disintegrated on impact, this theory cannot be verified. Well, this looks pretty good because I always really like those alloy planets. Which is why Lisak also looks kind of tempting. But again, I want to be careful that I don't jump into that recklessly, given that I am going to have to defend it if it winds up going to another place. Load balancing facilities greatly improve the stability of local grids and feed excess power back to centralized capacitors. So, gravitic sensors. Oh, there's so much stuff I want here, but I do like better sensors. It should give me some idea about what's going on. So does anybody here, I know I'm going to have to tread carefully. Does anybody know how the intel gets better? Like, I'm assuming there's a tech that's going to give me the ability to improve my intelligence on other people. Or is there like a menu that I've been missing and I have the option of trying to be a little more aggressive on this front? Teachings of Explorers. The ISS Tabomka's crew is reporting that they found something spectacular on Evexus 4A. On the surface lies traces of an explorative expedition of another civilization. Left behind are some well-preserved documents and artifacts. The proposed action by Chief Science Officer Tik Jakir is to send the text findings to our homeworld for translation. There's also the possibility to sell them off to a private investor. Definitely do not need... I mean, I have deficits for both of these things, but I am definitely doing the special...
Situation log updated.
Special
Technology
project.
secured.
Alright, powered exoskeletons. Wearing a powered exoskeleton suit augments the user's strength and speed. The military applications are obvious, but will also increase labor efficiency. Also, if the Xenomorph shows up, you got yourself covered. Let's do carrier operations because they'll be cheap and fast. You don't have the intel on that one. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. I mean, in the end, I could always just do a wiki search. I mostly just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing anything like super obvious. So. So intel cap is determined by base intel, diplomatic pacts, trust, and infiltration, whichever is highest. So what I'm looking for here is... where is it? Operations or target events that you can trigger. Oh, here we go. You have an envoy assigned to the spy network. Okay, but how do you get a spy network? Wrong one. Yeah. So like, I get that you can get more information by being on friendly terms with people, but that's not what I want to do. Like, what the whole point of this one was to try and do some of the espionage mechanics, and I know that there's spy networks, and I was assuming that I couldn't do something about it because I just didn't have the tech, but it's really not clear. So I'm actually going to take a quick minute here and see. Yeah, it doesn't really say that much beyond it. So let's just take a second here. I know this is going to be a little... Can't spy on them. Okay, that's easy. So if we run into someone else, we'll probably be able to... We'll probably have a few more options. Which, I mean, makes sense. It just would have been nice to kind of know that going in. Alright, I have spent a lot of my points. At the very heart of the formation lies an overgrown processional entrance leading deep underground, choked with vegetation and half buried in rubble from some tectonic shift ages past. The going is very hard, and cleaning the passageway will be quite an undertaking.
Star system chart.
Sorry, this is the artificial construct stands thousands of kilometers across, is readily visible from Uranus 5 orbit. The shape seems to indicate a location of importance in the middle of it. Sensory readings from orbit indicate nothing out of the ordinary, so closer inspection is warranted. Well, the first benefit I would personally see would be if you are able to gain information on your opponent's capabilities without having to give that up on your own. So basically, if you can still keep if you can have distrustful relations with another group, but get the information that you would from a more trusting relationship, it seems to me that you're in a pretty good position. As a player, I know I also have relied quite heavily on the fact that if I go to something like, say, the victory list, I could take a look at something like, number of systems, or, there was like a score for military or something. I get an idea of how strong these people are, and I'll make a decision to go to war based on that. So if I'm able to keep that close to the chest, and I'm able to get a fairly good idea about whether or not my opponent is something that I can sort of beat up and take the territory from, the fact that they don't necessarily know that they can go to war with me is actually to my view, pretty powerful. Now, how the AI handles it is a whole other question, but... all right, we're receiving a transmission from the independent space station of the Rigan Commerce Exchange. They appear to have successfully translated our language. I speak on behalf of the Rigan Commerce Exchange. We have facilitated trade negotiations between interested parties on our station in the SEB system for more than 1,000 of your years. If you happen to possess more resources than you need, we are more than willing to take it off your hands. You will be duly compensated, of course. So where are those guys? Normally they don't just pop out of nowhere. I guess they did. Wait, really? How'd they find me? I don't think I can do anything with them right now. Yeah, so I already have access to volatile motes if I want them. All right, I'm gonna sneak in. Oh, first of all,
Construction.
we'll build a temple. Same story with Anthem. We'll build a district, and then
Star system charted.
Wait, did I really build a temple or a clinic? Good God, what's wrong with me? Stop! Gene clinic. Our science officer has found an anomaly. It will require extensive probing, but it could garner a substantial find. Yes. I mean, this is one of the things for me. I tend to rely on the measures that Stellaris gives me in terms of relative power because of the way that I played Civilization. It's something that I sort of inherited from it. It might be that there's better ways to play, but you know, I tend to bear the mark of what I've you know, what I've experienced before in other games. I'm gonna go claim Lyrum early on. It is always so sad to see my people leave. It's just because the colonies are relatively more attractive, but it's still a shame. Mind you, the colony bonus is nice because it makes stuff cheaper to build. Oh, come on, really? I screwed that one up. After many weeks of study, our expert linguists have unearthed the meaning behind the documents found on Evexus 4A. The documents were the philosophical ponderings by a famous scholar only referred to as Talisa, the teller of tales. Her teachings have provided us with much insight into how to better gain political results via applying different states of mind and use larger-scale questions as a focus on reform. So we've gained the philosophical mindset edict. In this case, I kind of need to build the district, so we will buy up some minerals. Also, there's a housing crisis, so we definitely need to get this one worked out. Diamond in the rough. After the study of Farragon 7A is concluded, Science Officer Vub Basirim reports that they have found the planet to be unusually rich in minerals. This discovery was made possible in large part thanks to a certain member of the ISS Dveric crew. Vub Basirim praises the protege highly, so offer them a position. So an additional 6 resources. Yes, I'm actually going to build another science ship. Which is not great for my finances, but I do like exploration, and I currently do have one of my science ships tied up in archaeology. Alright, let's get you back. Wait, whoa, stop. Let's think that through. So at this point, it makes a lot of sense. In fact, I should probably just turn on the auto explore at this point. Because I don't really have any strong views about where I should be exploring outside of here. This one's still working on the archaeology. Named out of the best keyboard layout. Get out of here.
Anomaly found.
We briefly detected some unusual energy readings emanating from this planet. It might have been a glitch in our systems, or it could be a sign of something more. Oh, Jesus. Maki Dakara might actually be more appropriate in the lab right now. So the scientist skill gives another 8%. Well, we'll wait until basic strikecraft are done, but I might actually switch out the researchers. And then we're going to get to work on this branch. There's going to be some overlap, but this one, after it's done... Nope. The amber puzzle box. Once past the collapsed entrance, a tunnel bores deep into the earth. Architecturally flawless despite its age, kilometers down it opens up into a massive, perfectly spherical chamber. Floating in a suspension field at the very center is an inscrutable alien device, a semi-opaque amber-tinted cube with intricate alien patterns inscribed on all 6 sides. Touching the inscriptions causes rhythmic pulses of light to be emitted from the cube. There's no trace of any known language, code, or mathematical equation in the chamber or on the puzzle box itself, but it's fairly safe to assume that the box is a riddle of some kind. I guess it depends on which prehistorical writings you're thinking of. Oh wait, prehistorical. Sorry, I was thinking you were talking about... Sorry, I thought... For some reason I read that as historical, and I'm like, I can think of a couple of historical documents I would very much like my politicians not to be reading. The magnetic field of Lemsa 7 experienced a complete reversal while it was being observed by the ISS Tabamka. This rare event has interchanged the positions of the planet's magnetic poles. Fortunately, it was all recorded by the sensors of our ship, providing our scientists with a lot of valuable data. More delicious physics research.
Complete.
All right, well, we're going to go
Technology
nuts
secured.
on... I'm going to go nuts on energy generation here. Gradual adoption to the adaptation to the realities of deep space combat allows us to effectively coordinate larger maneuvers. I really don't need the starbase capacity right now. I'm behind on building those. Terraforming gas is a little early. Administrative capacity is welcome. And then psionic theory. I think I'm going to do the administrative capacity here, just so I can justify some of the expansion I'm about to do. Caster's almost done its gene clinics, which is good. How close are we on Intham? I think this is a time I can justify buying some minerals. I'm gonna have to sell other stuff though. Oof. No, I can wait on that one. So we'll sell off some food to make up the difference.
Star system charted.
Okay, so everybody's going to have their districts, and then the gene clinics sort of have to follow kind of quickly after. So one thing that I probably could have planned for a little bit better was the demands on my... Oops. The demands on my my energy reserves based on having a large star fleet, and there's really no reason for me to have it other than just having a large star fleet. But you know, it is what it is. I've got it now. I would like to bring it up to 50, but I don't really want to put the extra strain on the finances quite yet. Our scientists have returned from the Zvan labs unscathed with footage collected from the facility's security cameras. It shows that scientists bound and gagged as guerrilla soldiers pry open the weapon box, but to their dismay, the box is empty. Only minutes later, the rebels can be seen writhing on the floor in intense agony, dark patches swelling across their bodies, and then their skin rips, and a gray, unidentifiable matter spills out. The matter continues to expand, swirling hypnotically around them until one of the scientists activates the emergency system. Sprinklers douse the room in liquid, and an electrical surge passes through it, executing all living things. Here the footage ends. Our crew can confirm that the strongbox was indeed empty. Our excursion to the Zvan labs has progressed our engineering research, and we've gained knowledge on super solid materials. Hopefully the strongbox is emptier for us than it was for them. Sorry, the credit goes to Paper Dupless for that. That's not me being amused by my own comments. I always keep forgetting that there is a VOD that will be coming out and people don't get to see what's in chat. I've really resisted the tendency to put chat on the stream because I figure like hosts and raids, it's kind of nice to give people a chance to participate that way. But it is I'm streaming somebody else's work in the end when you're streaming, right? So being able to, keep the focus on the game is kind of nice in my opinion. All right, a map to nowhere. Although wildly abstract, the patterns on the puzzle box's surface turned out to be stellar constellations. This was not immediately apparent because the viewpoint from which the constellations were depicted originates ominously from outside our own galaxy. Once that discovery had been made, unlocking the box was easy. In fact, it is in fact a map. Once the puzzle box was solved, it lit up to reveal a holographic display of a nearby star system, focusing on a particular location in the outer belt. Observations of that point revealed an unusually dense cluster of rocky debris, some of it continental in size. Upon inspection, it turned out to be the remaining fragments of an entire planet that was somehow destroyed many eons ago. Whoever was there and whatever inspired the construction of this grand edifice pointing the way, it is long gone. Well, we've got a whole bunch of minerals that we can add to the stockpile. This means I can also reorganize my scientists' work. Yep, that's all the way, that's all where I want it to be.
Construction complete.
Okay, so we're gonna get hit by our Empire Sprawl again, but I think, first of all, I'm generating a lot of influence, so it's nice to at least be able to have that. On top of that, I do need the energy. We're getting close, but I still need to actually, push us over the line. It would have been nice to get some certainty as to whether or not I could move into Lisek, but obviously I'm not going to be able to mess around with the I'm not going to be able to mess around with wormholes until I have the appropriate technology. So it's a nice to have, but it's not something I'm banking on. And I think once we are done searching Kazoo, I'm going to turn on the AI exploration. Because what I'm ultimately going to have for my... We briefly detected some unusual energy readings emanating from this moon. It might have been a glitch in our systems, or it could be a sign of something more. So this unit, I can just hit the automatic survey right away. Once this unit's done its archaeology, I can move them over to this side of the map and get them to auto-explore. And then once this unit's sort of done its searching, what'll probably wind up happening is either up here or down here, we're going to have sort of branching paths, and then I'm going to be able to dedicate that ship. This is actually one of the first times I've had 4 science ships kicking around, but I'm not entirely sure that's a terrible state of affairs, given that I am trying to find some natural boundaries for my empire. A fallen empire is definitely one of them, but... it's not the only one. Yeah, we do have a housing and unemployment problem here. Bunkerbot. We have traced the unusual electromagnetic radiation emanating from Kazoo 3B to a secret subterranean bunker hiding a mega computer the size of a battleship. Our researchers suspect that it may have been there for several thousand years, hard at work solving a single, very complex problem, the nature of which still eludes us. When the crew attempted to interact with the computer, they discovered that the facility, which had appeared both abandoned and unguarded, was in fact operated by a security AI, the highest purpose of which seems to be frying its visitors alive. As the crew defeated the AI, it broadcasted a message to an unknown recipient. So we can scrap it for parts. We get alloys, crystals, and volatile motes. All of these things which we will have access to. We can use it to boost our own research. So for 10 years, we will get engineering research. Or let it continue its mysterious calculations, and we'll be getting close to the influence cap. So in this case, we'll use it to boost our own research. This requires that we keep the AI maintaining the facility offline, and will cause the computer to break down within the foreseeable future.
Anomaly found.
All right. Let's get you to work on that anomaly first. So yeah, it looks like this is also closed off. So again, this is all pretty good because these are all natural spots to expand to. It's not great for my Empire sprawl, but to me, I feel like I should be building into that. The only thing that I could wish for would be some more colonizable planets. Lemsa is an option, as is Ibleria, but they're not super attractive ones. When it comes time to think about bases, Intham is probably the most attractive because of its 2 trade values. So at the very least, I can get a little something going economy-wise. I just don't really think it's quite going to pay for itself as far as energy costs are concerned.
Anomaly found.
Canyons deep enough to be seen from orbit furrow the surface of Kazoo 1, yet the planet is as dry as a dust bowl. What could have happened to the water that once so profoundly carved Kazoo 1's stone? And we're at Mysterious Ruins. Yusom 2 contains the ruins of another abandoned Zroni colony. The first step to solving this mystery is to find and make contact with this world's psionic archive. Glancing hit. While approaching Unimar 2A, the ISS Teligum suddenly received a glancing hit by several passing mass driver rounds. The projectiles were billions of years old, and based on their trajectory, they appear to be stray rounds fired from a neighboring galaxy. After missing their intended target, they continued on their journey for untold millennia until today. The rounds we have recovered are of an advanced design despite their incredible age. Imagine just exploring systems in a normal game of Stellaris, and you burst into the Outer Wild system. The place would have 50 anomalies per planet. I have not played the Outer Wilds yet, but I do own it. I am assuming that is one that probably people would like to see streamed rather than me enjoying it on its own. At least that's the reason I haven't been playing it. I'm going to need to do some fancy footwork to keep my energy where it is. Metamorphic dehydration. Following a thorough investigation of Kazoo 1, the ISS Tabomka crew has confirmed that the planet used to be covered in flowing water several billion years ago. However, the geochemical composition of the planet's basalt crust proved highly hydrophilic. So much so that Kazoo 1's thirsty rocks eventually absorbed and bound all of the water on its surface. Now all that remains of these vast oceans are salty brine streaks lining Kazoo 1's numerous canyons. Science Officer Tik Jakir adds that the mineral hydrates now dominating Kazoo 1's landscape could have many valuable industrial applications. Well, I always think of the lecture to Serviceman Chung in Mass Effect 2. Isaac Newton's the biggest badass in the galaxy. This is why you always wait for a firing solution, that sort of stuff. So, these manned strike craft are launched from a mothership and rely on their speed and small size to survive long enough to punch through enemy defenses. So we're definitely not making use of those yet, but it's nice to have. So super solid materials is kind of tempting. I mean, we're well on our way to the 48 months required. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to do it. And then the other thing that's nice about this is that I can put in the specialist researcher. And they can get some time in the comments. All right, thanks, Paper Dupless. I hope you have a good one. I mean, I technically 20 minutes away from when I would normally finish, but I want to see if we can at least get ourselves into a slightly more balanced position. The good news is that we're overall, as far as expansion is concerned, we're actually better off than we were when we started at the beginning of the stream. We have more territory, and it's really nice that we were able to get those gene clinics on the planet. So I'm happier with where the Empire is right now. But it'd be really great if I could finish out the night with, with sort of a balanced budget, and then we can start thinking about how we're going to translate all of these advantages into something material against opponents. All right, does anybody know where this quote is from? I think I ask this every time I play Stellaris. A new life awaits our citizens in the off-world colonies. A chance to begin again in a golden land of opportunity and adventure. With the help of an aggressive marketing campaign, the less fortunate elements of our society will be flocking to our colony ships. This is actually very timely. So pop growth speed increased by 10%. And we get a new ascension perk. So I feel like enigmatic engineering is kind of required now. One vision would be kind of nice, especially given the governing ethics, and I may kind of move that down the road. I think in this case, it's on brand for us to do enigmatic engineering. So technology is simply not a way to solve a problem, but is a language by which we ascend beyond the mundane. Lesser minds simply fail to understand our advances. Steel technology operations will automatically fail when used against us, and debris from our destroyed ships cannot be studied by other empires. It is a movie quote. It's actually a very famous movie that I'm pretty sure most people who watch the stream have probably seen. I could be wrong on that, but I tend to notice that Chad has usually seen more stuff that I haven't. So I'll give you a hint. This movie stars Harrison Ford. And it may be particularly... Okay, this is going to give it away for sure. It may also be particularly appropriate to the patch name. So fire control gives me the better chance to hit, but I don't have any enemies. I think in this case I'm actually going to go for the moat stabilization. You might think I would do energy because I need to boost that, but I did say that I was going to be getting my energy through growth, not through. The quote was
Star system charted.
Well, the thing that had the quote was, "A new life awaits our citizens in the off-world colonies, a chance to begin again in a golden land of opportunity and adventure." And then the part from the game is, with the help of an aggressive marketing campaign, the less fortunate elements of our society will be flocking to our colony ships. So now I've even said what the specific part of that's the quote. I don't know if I can give any more hints. This is a pretty tasty little structure, actually. So if you think about it, as long as I have the capacity... So let's assume that the wormholes don't go anywhere nightmarish. If I could seal up like this, it's still kind of only 2 entry... I guess I add a third on this side. But like, there's actually a possibility that we kind of take this part of the ring for ourselves. Like, here's a natural breakpoint, here's a natural breakpoint, and then if I can sort of seize, I guess here, here, and I already have to seize this part, we kind of get a big claim on a large swath of the galaxy. It was much easier to establish contact with the crystal this time around, using protocols we established with the... Oh. This entire world is unusually picturesque, suspiciously so, perhaps. What forces are at work that could have caused this? It was much easier to establish contact with the crystal this time around, using protocols we established with the previous one. Again, its records are fragmented, but we have learned that another advantage of being able to enter the Shroud was that the Shroud touches all parts of the physical galaxy, perhaps all parts of the universe simultaneously. If one can enter the Shroud, it is possible to exit it at any known location. The ability to psionically jump between physical locations allowed the Zroni to spread to all corners of the galaxy because they spent most of their time within the Shroud. The Zroni established relatively few permanent colonies. Those they did set up were mostly located near their homeworld. This crystal has given us the location of another colony. Alright, Right, so looks like I am redirecting that ship. Oh, it's just out of my range. Okay, well that gives me a good reason to expand out to it then. Also the, access to the 7 energy and whatnot. The quote, by the way, is from a little movie called Blade Runner, which I assume most of you are familiar with. But the funny thing is that this is one of the most memorable parts of Blade Runner to me, because the in the background you've got that sort of blimp thing running that quote more than a few times in the movie, and I always just thought that was a fun little detail. The off-world colony imagination. Apparently in the version where Deckard has voiceover, he expresses some cynicism over the idea that the colonies would be any good because they wouldn't need to advertise so much if they were actually worth going to. But what interests me more is just that quote, because it's the thing that I remember the most about Blade Runner.
Vessels upgraded.
Yeah, I don't know. It's apparently a very obscure one. Like people, I mean, it makes sense, right? It's something that just goes on in the background. But that quote, I don't know if I can quite do it from memory, but I definitely I find it hard to forget. Some form of aesthetic design has been employed over most of the surface landscape of Wenkorf Artem. Our scientists suspect that even the remaining untouched areas are merely crafted wilderness, there to serve a wider horticultural goal. Towards the conclusion of our research, we stumbled across a beacon, the sole example of technology on this world. When activated, it uploaded a catalog of every plant and animal species found on Wenkorf Artem, as well as a reference pointer to nearby rail rate. No clue was left with which to identify the planet's designers. So, the Kept Grounds event chain. I don't believe I've done that one. And apparently we have found... Uh-oh. Do we want to be messing with these things? What do you mean no orders?
Anomaly found.
Ah, there we go. We're picking up life signs coming from somewhere within the interior of this asteroid. This definitely warrants a closer investigation. All right, that really does seem like they're coming after me.
Construction complete.
All right, what are we dealing with here? So we've got our minerals. So I can do some more archaeology. I'll claim this one. And it's probably yelling at me because I'm about to go broke. Yeah, so it says I only have a year left. The event chain will give you the side jump drive. Maybe. It seems to be like a fallen... This seems to be kind of like the... oh god, what are they called? Like the Cybrex event chain, but for religious groups. Amazingly, while conducting their survey of TR-44677, the crew of the ISS Dverek picked up several life signs coming from within the asteroid. There appears to be a colony of large burrowing worm-like lithivores within the rock, which has been riddled with tunnels. These unique life forms have somehow adapted to life in the coldness of space. Precursor, thank you. Okay, so we know that at some point we're going to hit the boundaries of the Fallen Empire.
Special project complete.
All right, the vast geometric forms on Relrate are certainly not of a natural origin. The planet's stylized landscape is reminiscent of a vast and dusty sea punctuated with rocks which range in size from small boulders to landed asteroids. Our researchers conclude that this landscape is likely an art piece, or else is part of some ritual practice. However, the only perpetrators appear to be the gardening drones we saw earlier. Our attempts to backtrace their origin have yielded no results. Perhaps time will tell. Zen World. Oh, right, because we haven't been actually colonized. Okay. This feels like a trap. They also don't seem that powerful. Oh. The Patriarch is done! Alright, the negotiations for appointing a new Patriarch are underway. The decision will be announced 2236-0601. So, Patriarch Dimi Bethan has died at age 74. So, potential candidates. We have... I don't think I'm going to spend the... I mean, I could justify spending the influence because we do have, like, different... Ooh, Buri Dakara is actually a... That would be a good bonus, but they're also age 84. And I don't have the energy to... Nuts. So the smart thing would be for me to pick Cal Bascool, because then I don't need to get a replacement for... Ugh. Patriarch Cal Bascool has been chosen as the new ruler and will reign until their death. So this is partly just to avoid me... Oh, I still have to recruit. Damn it. That wasn't a good call then. I always thought the Patriarch wound up... Huh. For some reason, I always thought the governor of the home system was always the leader. Okay, both of them give me clear blockers, so we'll go for the one who's younger. Once we get back on our feet, money-wise, this will actually be kind of helpful because being able to clear this stuff out will open up a few possibilities for me. But again, we got to get back to get back to being whole. Backscattering spectrometry sensors indicate the presence of valuable substance beneath Sao 4's noxious clouds. Alright, and we have a bonus to administrative capacity, which is nice. Improved algorithms for processing and organizing vast amounts of data has streamlined decision-making and information sharing throughout the Empire. So, we can boost our admin cap. Oh, and our base intel level. Okay, that's pretty attractive, actually. And it's 4,000. Yeah, I mean, I am sort of leaving aside some of this really good material here, but I'm going to do colonial bureaucracy just because it'll help me keep my costs down elsewhere. All right, well, I pretty much have to get this now, don't I? First of all, this looks awesome. This has got to be new. And a ruined mega art installation. So while we won't be able to do anything about it, I definitely would like to make mega art.
Anomaly found.
Class 12 asteroid orbits the moon. The small planetoid's orbit appears too stable for its presence to be a natural occurrence. So we'll research that. Okay, so the echoes inside. Readings from Moscot 7 reveal that it was once mostly covered in lush vegetation, and now the forlorn orb is little more than a barren rock. Despite lacking any noteworthy tectonic activity, sensory scans of the planet have registered puzzling seismographic data. Something is moving underground, something big. This warrants further investigation. So again, we're expanding out our attention to Kalajome. Sao 4 is exceptionally rich in minerals, minerals that are, unfortunately, of no use to us. However, Science Officer Vub Basiram believes that many elements in the crust of Sao 4 can be transformed into potentially more useful forms through positron bombardment. The ISS Deverik has requests the Black Codex set aside 100 energy credits for the purpose of this project. Where is it? Think long term. Very well, ready the positron charges.
Situation log updated.
It's a big assumption that we're going to be able to pick that up, but I think it's worth the risk. For some reason, someone has towed an asteroid into stable orbit around Bide 3A. The massive engines, sections, and braking thrusters can still be found on the surface, although they have long since been rendered inoperable. Whoever did this also mined the asteroid for minerals, but these operations were seemingly abandoned shortly after they began.
Star system charted.
Something is moving underground, something big. I'm just going to have to throw the whole planet away. See, I mean, being able to grab a Gaia world that's definitely worth whatever I'm going to pay in terms of expansion. The question, of course, is when, because I've now got food deficits. So what's happened here is basically because I've made all these gene clinics, all of these different positions that I had are now kind of going unfilled. Oh, actually, Castor Prime's doing exactly what it should. So let's start by upgrading their administrative center. Intham has 2 slots available, so we'll leave that alone for now. Gribben is my farming world. It also has 2 slots available, but I feel like I should build another farming district here. Right, rock potential. The crew of the ISS Dvarak are pleased to report that the experiment was a success, and that a significant number of dense mineral veins on Sao 4 have been transmuted into usable resources. Okay, +6 is nice. Assuming I can get it. Hello. We have made first contact with the mysterious aliens in the Craxima system. For now, we have codenamed them Theta aliens until we can find out more about them. If they possess a language, we must decipher it in order to establish communications. So I'm going to guess these are exactly the things we think they're what is it, the void clouds or whatever. We're definitely not equipped to be able to take this thing out. So I think it's safe to say Craxima will go unexplored for the time being. But it's at the edge of the galaxy, so I'm not too worried about that. But yeah, this map's shaping out to be pretty favorable to us. Most of my deficits are a result of my planning, rather than any inherent defects with the parts of the galaxy that I find myself in. We should be on balance for getting it solved. Again, there's going to be a little bit of fancy footwork that needs to happen, but I feel like I should be able to get
anomaly found.
Get us to where we need to be as far as just consumer goods and food, energy, so on and so forth. Sensor echoes have indicated the presence of some kind of unidentified object deep within the atmosphere of this gas giant. Do we find the gas giant communist this round? Oh, are you talking about the, not the Jomar, the Dathnak? No, we've not found them yet. The Dathnak is definitely a favorite quest line of mine, though. You're talking about the ones that like always have another task for you to do?
Anomaly found.
Our science officer has found an anomaly. It will require extensive probing, but could garner a substantial find. So we'll do that. All right, Envoy Ban Biskorak is working to confirm the hypothesis that the irregularity we have designated as Theta aliens is in fact a living organism. While it seems to be made up of a cluster of random stardust, it is demonstrably able to propel itself across the void and show basic signs of independent agency. Our researchers are perplexed by the phenomenon and are working hard to verify our readings. Energy signature. The ISS Dodama has picked up a strange energy signature coming from somewhere deep inside the atmosphere of Bide 4. It appears to originate from a structure of some kind, possibly the remains of an orbital station, but the atmospheric pressure makes it impossible to approach. Nevertheless, scans of the unique signature have yielded a large amount of valuable physics data. I do really want to start building some starports, but I do want to get my energy where it needs to be first. All right, so if I sell minerals, I can get less than 1 for each one. If I sell alloys, I'm going to get considerably more. So I'm not going to do like a monthly trade yet, but the option's on the table. Yeah, they're definitely the mean Stardust Clouds. Look at them. There's nothing but murder in those eyes. Strength from small places. Having probed the frozen landscapes of the planet Sao 5, we think that we've struck something big. Science Officer Vub Basiram speaks of a bacterial life form unlike any other. It bonds with other individuals to form large blankets that are durable yet light, and also acts like solar cells. They absorb solar energy with a surprisingly low efficiency loss percentage, most likely a result of evolution favoring those who could gather more heat in the harsh climate. Our researchers back home could surely find some of the... find some use for this information. So find if we can improve energy production or try and find a military use. I'm pretty sure energy production is what we need there.
Star system charted.
I always thought that like gave you a special project, but maybe I'm wrong. Our energy development researchers have made progress with the samples we sent them from Sao 5. They have been able to develop a new type of solar cell using the organisms as a template. These are much more efficient at storing energy and will provide a boost to all of our power plants. So that's 5% from energy credit jobs, which is a little more muted than what it would normally be because we don't have full techs. Again, if we get to full techs, though, we are going to
Star system charted.
We are going to be able to cover our energy costs. Of course, those aren't our only costs now. We do have a fairly sizable debt as far as consumer goods are concerned, and then we also don't have enough on our farms, although the farms should be dealt with when we get to...
Star system charted.
Inexplicable optical phenomena play across the surface of Moscot 9, clearly visible from space. Okay, I should actually probably come up with better designations for these, so I'm okay leaving this as a bureaucratic center. I highly question the designation as a rural world. So under normal circumstances, I'd want this to be a forge world. I don't even have worker pops. Yeah, this is silly.
Construction complete.
I guess it doesn't really matter one way or the other which of these I pick. But I'll do Forge World because that's the overall intended plan. This makes it faster for the build speeds. What if I did something different? So if it was an Agri World, farmer output plus 25. I mean, this makes more sense than the others, I think. So we'll switch that to Agri World. Science Officer Buri Dakara reports that the luminous waves coursing through the ice that blankets Moscot 9 are of alien origin. Some ancient battle has deposited scattered wreckage from an alien fighter on the frozen planet, and only the exposed core of the main weapons remains intact. It seems this alien race used lasers somewhat more advanced than the ones currently in use by Imatheran fleets, and the fizzling innards periodically discharge low-powered lasers into the ice of Moscot 9. The planet's harsh climate prevents the lasers from actually melting the ice, allowing the chilly matrix to act as a brilliant prism. Oh wow, we just straight up get blue lasers. Cool. I always thought that gave you a bonus. Void clouds. A cloud, reads the odd report, collated from multiple sources.
Found.
Like a cloud of luminous star stuff billowing in the dark, the report goes on to refer to the phenomenon, somewhat poetically, as a void cloud. It is evident to the priesthoods of the Black Codex that these clouds are heralds animated from some higher will. Exactly who or what this will belongs is, I think there's a 2 that needs to be in there, is the subject of heated debate and is likely to remain so for the foreseeable future. Until such time as the void cloud's true nature can be ascertained, it would perhaps be prudent to treat the immense power evident in its roiling motion with some caution.
A foreign power is hailing us.
Okay. 18 months of physics. What am I currently researching for physics? Motes are nice, but they will cost me, so. Okay, let's go to... Yeah, I think I'm just gonna beeline for all of the tasty, tasty energy. If I can limit the stuff that I'm running deficits on, so much the better. Who died? Envoy. Hopefully we get a replacement. Okay, so Bitreus as a net, so there's 7 energy here. We'll take 2 to colonize and mine, so net 5. We could take Breek and Lemsa. So that would take us to a net 8. And then we could turn around and take Unimar and Cam for the rest. Which is kind of a weird way of expanding, but I think it will work for us here. Especially because we're not exactly racing anybody for these territories. All right. One job available. So this is a little bit of a dilemma that I gotta face here. Is it better for me to... So eventually I want to get an... eventually I'd like to get a temple down here. But it's pretty clear that I need consumer goods right now.
Anomaly found.
I think I'm going to build the industrial district. Just so I can say that that's done. Optical sensors isolate a cluster of shapes on the barren surface of Ejok 3A that could be buildings. How's Intham doing? So we're upgrading the planetary administration. That'll probably give them a job already. Although, in fairness, I should probably build a district there. I guess I already built the agricultural building.
Construction complete.
Like, I'll be patient on that. Okay. This one I'm going to be a little more cautious. Oh. Our initial scans have caught an irregular signal reminiscent of our own distress patterns. Sorry, I never followed up with the mineral purchase. Or I probably did, and then... Living metal lakes. Investigation of the caverns below the surface of Bayanus C1A reveal them to be filled with a silvery liquid metal that flows from cavern to cavern in gleaming rivers, pooling into underground lakes. More surprising still is the discovery that this metal substance shares many key properties with organic life forms, including responding to environmental stimulus and exhibiting self-sustaining processes. It remains to be seen whether this exceptional metal should be classified as truly alive, but it may have several practical applications for our engineering technology. Still more research progress to living metal. Where
Star
is
system
that?
charted.
Bayanus. Wait. Okay, nope, that'll be within my sort of my realm of my zone of control. What the ISS Didama found on EJOC 3A were not buildings, but surprisingly regular mineral outcroppings. Science Officer Buri Bedonag asserts that these angular blocks of rock are the product of interactions between tectonic plates, their shapes the result of unusual tectonic physics inherent in the planet's crust. The perfect angularity of these thrust faults implies a possibility of aliens tampering with EJOC 3A's crust at some point in the past. Now it should only take 156 months, yeah. So I'm going to have to start buying consumer goods soon. That's going to be kind of painful.
Star system charted.
I'm assuming something happened on the capital to pull people out of... Nope. Well, some bill came due. Oh, this is interesting. So by designating this a Forge world, I turned it into... Huh. Alright, well, I've got an easy answer then. The signal we intercepted was a distress call from a ship in orbit around Mintaka 3. The ship was not giving off any heat signatures and seems to be drifting. A special project has been issued to investigate what happened to the crew.
Situation log
Do that.
updated.
Here I'm just going to switch this to an industrial world then. So I should see... Oh, what's going on here?
Star system charted.
I'm a little surprised. The description definitely does not suggest that it's going to completely focus the production. An unusually deliberate geometric configuration of minerals drifts through the debris belt at X85-8 and is possibly of alien origin. Okay, let's see what we're dealing with here. We've got our supersolid metals. The production and understanding of supersolids are of immeasurable value to any and every space-age civilization. A mere 435 months. That's because of the Empire Sprawl. I think the mining station output is appealing because not only is it cheap, it's in line with my existing understanding. Yeah, I think it kind of gives me... everything I want. Okay, so what's going on with Anthem? It'll be kind of interesting to see how it all turns out when the month turns over again. Oh, but we are short on consumer goods. I gotta buy those. It does kind of suck that the capital world is the one that's generating all the energy, because everybody's going to be moving away from that. We received some rather troubling reports regarding the deteriorating health of Governor Tikbathan. His haggard appearance makes it look as though he has aged nearly 20 years. The burden of duty can be a heavy thing to bear. Ocean and Arctic. Well, one of these should be colonizable. So I definitely have the next few rounds of expansion, but clearly consumer goods and energy is a really high priority now. I have enough reserves in the form of alloys, but the fact that I'm going to be buying consumer goods for a while is a bit of a concern. Careless pawing. According to a science report from the ISS Teligum, their mission was a failure. Science officer Buri de Kara allegedly took manual control of the probe sent to retrieve a sample from the cluster, resulting in a collision between the drone and mineral cluster that, while mild, resulted in the mineral cluster breaking apart completely. The crew is careful to note that experience has left Science officer Buri de Kara somewhat shaken, and the mineral shards should still be of some value. So the parts are equal to the sum of its parts. Gets the carefree trait in 1500, or the Black's Codex finds such carelessness unacceptable. Let's do carefree. All right. I'm actually going to change the way that I expand a little bit here. Oh, hang on. What am I doing? Let's get the 9 first.
Found.
There's a movement in the upper atmosphere of Okul 1, as though a ship was gliding hurriedly through the clouds. So we'll research that. We've got one more month of our existing consumer goods stockpile. That's obviously not going to get fixed this turn, but I can at least live with it. Okay. This will eventually get a bureaucratic complex, but I do want... I need to get my industry up and running properly.
Star system charted.
Yeah, at this point we're just waiting for population growth. Ah. Lost amoeba. The ISS Deverick has located the source of movement in the upper atmosphere of Okul 1. Surprisingly, there was no ship hidden in the clouds, but rather a docile alien life form. Despite its impressive size, the creature, which the ISS Devac crew have dubbed a space amoeba, appears to be juvenile. There's no way of knowing how this juvenile was separated from others of its kind, but one thing is certain. It appears to have imprinted on the ISS Deverick. As the crew completed their survey of Okul 1, it found the creature was following them. It has proven difficult to shake, and Vub Bisirum has taken quite a shine to the juvenile's determination. Our science officer suggests allowing the juvenile to follow the vessel, certain that we may learn more about the species in the progress. Very well. Out of the question, just keep avoiding it, or we can certainly study it. Order a dissection. Oh man, 1,000 for every space amoeba that we destroy? Yeah, we can keep it.
Situation log updated.
I don't know if carelessness is like fully a defect. Where is it? I guess in this case they said carefree, but... like being detail-oriented is really good, but as someone who is like taking his sweet time... Why have we not finished Okul? Come on, you guys. I think as somebody who really takes his time, like preparing stuff like blogs, I do tend to notice that being meticulous sometimes does result in more like wasted time. If you dissect Fluffy, we can't be friends. It's as simple as that. Look, it doesn't have a name yet. Special project failed. Having searched the ship and inspected the crew's remains, Science Officer Buri Dakara has deduced that the crew members must have killed each other. The solitude and confinement of space travel can break even the strongest of minds. I wonder if there's going to be, like, if they've been infected by what actually happened on this thing. Worrying. Optical sensors isolate a cluster of shapes on the barren surface of Akamar 1 that could be buildings. Alright, and this... There we are. We're receiving a distress signal from the ISS Tigum. The crew has gone mad and are killing each other. The captain has lost all control. Sending help would be futile at this point. Could this have anything to do with that derelict ship that they recently investigated? So I think here I will not buy a replacement just because I'm a little strapped right now. Local administrative developments allow for closer supervision of colonial affairs without excessively burdening the central decision making. So again, we've got more capacity for expansion.
Construction complete.
It's really tempting to do this, but I think we'll get the energy siphon for now. And I wasn't going to get the minerals, but if it's just one, I might as well do it all. Oh god. Ah, I did this wrong. So some of this stuff should come back now that the happiness is properly dealt with, but I really got to keep better tabs on the stockpiles. Alien barracks. The silhouettes discernible from orbit are indeed buildings, and the closer inspection will reveal them to be of an obvious martial nature. While abandoned for some time, though very recently on a galactic timescale, Science Officer Buri Bedonag believes that the secrets of alien tactics may yet be exhumed from beneath the dust that covers the decaying barracks and looted armories. A special project may be issued to study the remains.
Situation log updated.
Get back here. Actually, once they're done that, we can do the excavation. Okay.
Anomaly found.
Scanners indicate that the sandy dunes of Okal 3A are almost entirely composed of granulate rare metals. Perhaps some valuable resources could be extracted from them. Tradition time. So prosperity might be where I want to go next. So there's no better indicator of the success or failure of a star nation than the strength of its economy. So 20% boost to mining stations off the top. Building and district upkeep goes down. Harmony's not bad because of the food consumption, but I feel like the farm can handle itself. I do think there is a... No, it's lifespan. It's not growth rate. Supremacy is not really helpful right now because I just don't have anybody to fight. And diplomacy, for the similar reason, the Fallen Empire is not really going to like me. Well, that's great, Rob Stark. I'm a little disappointed that the only thing that we've encountered has been a Fallen Empire, so I haven't been able to mess with the espionage, but I'm definitely sticking with the concept. So yeah, I mean, domination, I usually only do that for vassalization, although it does actually have other uses, so clearing blockers will be important reasonably soon. It's just, I don't know, I really feel like prosperity is the obvious one for me to do right now. So, what kind of a species are you playing, Rob Stark? Alright, there's no better indicator of the success or failure of a star nation than the strength of its economy. We'll get the 20%. At the end, we will wind up with a merchant job. Let's see how that helps. And one of my higher goals is to get Intham back to an alloy producer. Comet sighted. Oh no, my stability. Groups of Emetherians watched a comet streak across the sky of Quantos. The appearance of this lonely stellar object caused seemingly disproportionate distress, and Emetherian turned to Emetherian for assurance that they are not alone. They are convinced that this is a sign of coming isolation and splintering, the coming isolation and splintering of Emetherian society. The economy, you fools. Alarming. All right, so 5% reduction in happiness. Not exactly what I wanted when my economy's sort of off balance. We'll make it work, though. And we are past the 3-hour mark by about half an hour. I'll do my best to keep going.
Special project complete.
But tell you what, I'm actually just going to tab out for a quick second and check something here. I figured because I spent a bunch of time ranting about movies, the least I could do would be to try and make up with a little bit of extra time at the end. Cool. Playing the Vor, cool. That's the one that was introduced in the humanoid species pack, right? Imagine people were melting down in the streets every time Halley's Comet comes around. Well, I mean, if you play Crusader Kings or EU4, that's exactly what happens. But I don't know. I actually don't really know what the historicity of it is. The only kind of equivalent to that I've got is, of course, the Nativity story, but I don't know if that's the best. I don't know if that's the best marker. I know some history, but like little details like that are mysterious to me. Science Officer Buri Bedonag's thorough xenohistorical analysis of the military installation on Akinar 1 has yielded few tangible results. The base was constructed before the planet turned completely barren, but it was unclear if its current inhospitality is a result of armed conflict or some more peaceful or even natural processes. What can be deduced of their strategies and tactics in armed conflict does not seem to have been far in advance of our own. On the upside, Science Officer Buri Bedonag claims to have drawn much inspiration from the alien remnants. So they've gained military theory. I tend to wind up having... The one problem that I have with my science officers is that I don't really move them in and out of positions as often as I should. So those special abilities tend to get wasted on me, so... The ISS Devarik crew is excited to report the unanticipated find on the surface of Okul 3A. Not only are the plentiful sand dunes on the planet composed of rare metal granulate, the sand itself is almost entirely composed of countless broken nanites. These microscopic machines are millions of years old, their structure degraded far beyond any chance for reactivation. While we cannot determine a source of origin for these nanomachines, the society that created them must have been highly technologically advanced. Science Officer ISS Devarik postulates that the nanites may have been used to terraform the surface of Okul 3A millions of years ago. And again, I'm getting this like big... I'm getting this big shopping list of stuff that I want to get, but, it's going to require a lot of effort to actually be able to expand out to all these different systems. What I'm working on right now is just claiming what I have, trying to get my my deficits under control. Because once we're sort of back to balance, the great little thing about that is that once we're back to balance, we already know that things are going to balance themselves out on the planets. It's just a matter of building up the pops. So if I can just get myself up to that, that scale that I need for my energy credits, I think the rest of it should probably be straightforward.
Special project complete.
Void unclouded. The void clouds are stewards of the cosmos. Once Emutherian astronomers knew what to look for, they found traces of the void clouds everywhere. Formed at the dawn of creation, they stood watch as stars were lit and young planets formed. Now they drift quasi-conscious agglomerations of inanimate matter from the earliest hours of time itself, afloat between dying stars and breaking worlds. They are a constant reminder that we are but all small parts of something greater. So you can say they will not stand in our way, in which we get a plus 33% bonus against them, or humbling, void loops modifier added, giving the following effects: physics research from jobs 10%. The thing is, I tend to find, as nice as a 33% damage bonus to a target is, I usually only ever go after the void clouds when I've sort of hit this critical mass of sort of military capability. So these void clouds are, it says 5k here, they're probably a little bit closer to 6k. I think it was like 5 and change. I mean, obviously, you know, the programmers at Paradox Development Studio are as capable of rounding as I am, so I'm assuming it's probably like 5.4 or something. But, you know, the fact of the matter is, like, this is very strong. My strongest fleet is 1.5. Even if I doubled it, that's still not enough. The best I could really hope for, and again, keeping in mind that doubling is not actually within my capabilities right now, but for the sake of the argument, if I could, that would only bring me up to 4K. So what I tend to notice in this case here is that while it's nice to have the 33% bonus to damage, I usually only start going after them once I hit that critical mass of military capability. And because military capability grows both in terms of stronger ships as well as more ships, and those tend to go, hand in hand, what usually happens is that once I'm ready to start going on these sort of little expeditions with my fleets, I've already hit the level that I needed for the Void Clouds. So I'd much rather get the long-term bonus of physics rather than sort of a bonus, a short-term bonus against Void Clouds, which obviously I'm only ever going to be using when I'm fighting Void Clouds, and past a certain threshold of military strength, it's going to be irrelevant. So in this case, humbling. Also, we're religious, so. Let's also do Amoeboid Pass. Oh, 79 months. Never mind that. I do want to do that, but maybe not right away. I'm a little curious what happens once Obnal is finished. I think what's going to happen here is it's going to just keep exploring forever, which is not good for me. But I'll keep... Oh, fully fledged. The amoeba juvenile that joined our fleet some time ago appears to have reached full maturity. Now, an impressive adult, she is no less loyal to the ships that gave her a new home when she was stranded on Okul 1. Her time spent with the fleet appears to have encouraged adaptive behaviors not typically found in wild space amoebas, making her a more formidable presence on the battlefield than others of her kind. Across Black Codex, her image has become something of a mascot for the Avowed Spirit. One question remains. What should we name her? We've got Bubbles, Nyx, Renegade, Yuka, Saito, Boomer, Blaze, Nova, and these are all terrible. We should think of something better. I'm going to go for Nova. Nova will join sort of my slush fleet here. So I got 2 more months of consumer goods. All right. Pretty decent number of jobs still available for all of these worlds.
Star system charted. Star system charted.
The geoscape of Obnal 2 is dominated by what appear from orbit to be silvery metallic crystals of dimensions never before seen. From orbit, they eerily resemble skyscrapers. Closer study is warranted. Okay. So they're making the mining station here. I can afford at least one more. It looks like I can at least afford one more. Sort of one more expansion, or one more system. Nanite lattice crystals. Detailed analysis of the enormous metallic crystals dominating Obnal 2's landscape have defied all expectations. Science Officer Buri Bidoneg is excited to reveal that these oversized crystals are in fact composed of trillions upon trillions of deactivated nanites. Their molecular structure matches no known empire's nanotechnology signatures, making their point of origin indeterminable. They may have been deposited on the planet by some unknown spacefarers for an unknown purpose. As far as Buri Badonag can tell, the nanites compiled themselves into perfectly oriented crystalline lattices and replicated until a point at which they became deactivated. While the crystals they created do in fact resemble buildings, they are entirely uniform in composition and cannot possibly have served any such purpose. So, I don't believe this gives a nanite resource, but we did just get a big stockpile that we can take. All right, yeah, I do not want them to do that exploration. I want them working on the excavation, so we'll send them there. Debatable as to whether or not we'll get to Moscot on time. Although Unimar and... yeah, you know what?
Construction complete.
I'm going to give back a little bit of the gains that I made energy-wise, but I think I'm actually going to fill the holes here.
Anomaly found.
So I'm curious why my farms are so unproductive. Okay, well the good news is that all of the planets are now growing evenly. There's no more colonial pulls and pushes.
Secured.
Okay, increased scanner range will allow us to more quickly identify mineral concentrations and focus our mining efforts there. So actually one thing I'd like to check, so energy 18062, let's see whether or not that changes.
Star system charted.
Only 236 months now. And planetary build speed wouldn't be a terrible choice right now, given that I did run into a couple of cases where I got caught unawares. Have you heard of a game called King of Retail? I have not. What's it about? An unusually deliberate geometric configuration of minerals drifts through the debris belt by WX12BRF and is possibly of alien origin. Ah, damn it. I keep getting caught. I should probably just be a little more free with the purse strings, but I always keep thinking I can catch it. It's also just when I get a little bit later, I tend to, I don't know, I tend to just like check my phone to make sure nobody's expecting something from me, but I don't know. Does this mean that we just got a new farmer? Yep, that's exactly what that meant. So I think it's fair to say, I mean, it's not, it's tough. Like, it's 4 years that we gotta wait until, we're kind of getting enough food to feed ourselves. But the fact of the matter is like, we're back on track for that. So I think I can safely set aside, as long as I don't like sell my food stockpiles, I think we're good there. We're clearly doing very well as far as energy is concerned now. So now we just kind of go in and fill in the gaps. And it's really consumer goods that are the worry right now. The mineral construct is, for lack of a better term, a room made out of some type of minerals in common use in the Black Codex. The construct is a hollow icon. Oh Jesus, I'm so bad at pronouncing this. Icosahedron. Resonance scans indicate that it is mostly hollow and was likely inhabited at some point in time. Unlike its pristine exterior, the interior is in complete disarray, possibly the result of an intentional act of sabotage. Science Officer Vub Basiram reports that this makes it difficult to learn anything of value from the construct's insides, but stresses that the engineering techniques involved in creating the outer shell, eminently capable of withstanding stresses of deep space, must have been tremendously advanced. I'll admit I'm a little surprised that I can upgrade these already, but then I guess there was never a limit on that. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be expanding out to these crystals anytime soon. I should probably do something to like lock down my little, like my piece of the pie here. It's just hard because like if I just grab stuff for the sake of grabbing it, it means that I suffer the penalties for expansion. I am at least back to the point, I mean, this world needs a temple. I'm not going to build that yet. That would be a disaster. Yeah, for the most part, we're fine. The only thing that's really worrying right now is the fact that I've turned this into an industrial world. The reason I'm worried about that is the hell? Sorry, Twitch seemed to be trying to make me watch a channel. I'm like, no, I want to watch my own. Yeah, like the problem here is that eventually I'm going to be taking 2 of these artisan workers, I guess 3 of them now, and turning them into oh, actually, you know what? Come to think of it, oh man.
Found.
Okay, I actually really need to sit down and work this out. An unknown phenomenon has been caused near Zubin. It is causing light to be frequently refracted and occasionally even entirely blocked out. So we'll research that. Who died? Envoy. Okay, well that's fine because we're not using the envoys right now.
Technology secured.
We've got the energy siphon, adapting the Tianqi method of siphoning energy from gaseous matter. It is possible to construct weapons draining energy from enemy ships. Now, looks like that has actually been included in the automated guidelines. I'm a little surprised, but I won't complain. It is very tempting to go for psionic theory because while it is a little more expensive than everything else, I think I'm going to do it. I have a genius working on it, so it's sort of a tycoon sort of game. Basically, you're a manager of a store and you are trying to grow into a corporation and franchise. It's cool because it's third person and you get to do some of the grunt work. Northern Lion is a really good playthrough of the game if that sounds interesting. Yeah, actually, I've been a little interested in some of these tycoon-style games when they've been taking a different, like when they've shifted the perspective. It seems like a small thing, but like I think there's a fantasy-style game called Shopkeep, which takes the same idea. Like you need to like put stuff on the shelves, but it is still sort of a management sim. And then there's other kind of interesting blends where you've got like Moonlighter, where it's, you know, you're a store clerk, like you sell adventurers their gear, but like at night you are an adventurer yourself. So it's actually kind of neat how and that's different from a tycoon game, but it's kind of neat how people have been mining that topic. Because like the thing is that tycoon games kind of seem to have been something that's been popular in gaming forever. Like the obvious one is Railroad Tycoon, but it kind of feels like every platform and every game has some version of, you know, you're running this business, and part of it is just really a question of you know, what's the spin that you put on it. And I mean, especially now because clicker games are a thing, like a lot of people will, you know, capitalism tends to like, you know, work rather well with the clicker format. So it's interesting. I like it when people recommend stuff. It's never a promise that I'll wind up playing it, but I'm intrigued by your description, let's say. The anomaly found close by Zubin, however unlikely, appears to be some type of rift in space. It's possible that the great mass of Zubin somehow caused it, but its nature is beyond our understanding. The rift not only refracts and blocks light, but seems to actually draw it in and then push it out repeatedly, as if it were breathing photons. It is likely the immense gravitational pull of the rift that has at some point inhaled into other things as well. We should exercise caution. So keep a close watch until we know more. It can be studied from a safe distance, or the ISS Deverick is at risk. Leave now. Let's keep a close watch.
Situation log updated.
Capitalism is fun when you don't actually risk losing everything. Well, I mean, again, I don't want to get too prescriptive in terms of some of the economic stuff that we've talked about, but there is definitely something to be said for, okay, let me put it to you this way. There's a TV show in Canada called Dragon's Den, and I think there's an American version of it. I think it's a British show originally, but there's like an American version of it, which has taken a number of the cast members. So I think it's Kevin O'Leary, who's kind of a buffoon, and I think Robert Herjavec, who seems to be a little more serious. So O'Leary kind of seems to... The whole thing about O'Leary is that he sort of styled himself as kind of like a Canadian Trump until Trump really started... so the thing is that there was always this odious element to Trump, right? It's just whether or not people were willing to believe how serious it was. But then it stopped being the joke. And I mean, even in the case of Stellaris, right? They had the whole make space great again thing, and they had the red hats. And there was a certain point at which that joke stopped being funny. And everybody kind of had their point at which it ceased to be funny. I mean, or people supported the president, right? Clearly I don't. But there was clearly the breaking point in which O'Leary kind of realized that perhaps branding, the Trump of Canada is perhaps not a really, really great thing for his brand. Yeah, Shark Tank. So the thing about O'Leary though is that he also was on a business network thing called the Lang and O'Leary Show, and he always does the whole he was always the "this is how capitalism works" voice. And the thing that's so ridiculous about it is that his real the way he made his money was that he owned this thing called the Learning Company, which made some software. I can't remember exactly what they made, but there was a couple of sort of Oregon Trail style products that when I say Oregon Trail style, it was just if you were at either a sufficiently old school or if you went to school at a certain time, every computer would have just a piece of software that for whatever reason always seemed to be on there. And I think Hasbro wound up buying it. And so, he got a big payday out of it being acquired. But I think within a year, and this was during the .com bubble, I believe. So within the year, Hasbro just put this huge write-off on the value of the company. It's really clear that they just sort of overpaid, and that this guy's whole fortune and his claim to knowing about how capitalism works is he got kind of lucky, and he had this asset at a time when people were, overvaluing them, and he was able to kind of get it sold out. Which again, I mean, is not nothing, right? I've never run a business, and I've definitely never sold a business to someone. So, there's clearly something that happened there. But this guy definitely, this business would have folded had it not been acquired. And so he sort of lucked into all of it. But he also, whether it's on Dragon's Den, I've never seen Shark Tank, or on the Lang and O'Leary Show, he would always just sort of advertise the most brutal, heartless version of capitalism as if this is what the real world is like. It's actually also why I don't like shows like Shark Tank. Because, do you go to the restaurant and, $14 for fish and chips? No, that's more like a $10 fish and chips. No, I'm setting the price. You can buy it at that or not. The point is, those programs just kind of seems to be for those people not to actually sell it, but rather for people to sort of promote their business, and then other people wind up moving on to it. I'll get the event done. We're receiving a transmission from the Independent Space Station of the Artisan Troop. They appear to have successfully translated our language. But it is I wanted to respond to what Midori Misha said. Everything's fun when you don't actually risk losing. Capitalism is fun when you don't actually risk losing everything. Visitor, this is a joyous occasion indeed. Oh, forgive my manners. I believe introductions are in order. We are the Artisan Troupe. Our members have dedicated their lives to the pursuit of art, music, culture, and all other things which make existence bearable to a sapient being. Please, if you would like to share in the wonder of our creations, do not hesitate to contact us. I will when I have the money. But the thing is that, like, there is a whole other argument. So, like, you kind of know what this kind of seems like a very kind of, I don't know, 1980s Reagan, you know, I know the only reason I'm saying this is because I've seen the movie Wall Street. Like, I don't know what I'm talking. I'm not speaking from experience for this stuff, but, like, it definitely seems to be this type of looking at the world that is built in a very kind of old-fashioned kind of perspective. And there's one side which says, you know, you can't make people too comfortable because then they won't have ambition to go and better themselves. And, you know, there's a little bit of an argument for that, right? Like, obviously, if you have a really cushy job that doesn't demand a whole lot of you, you're maybe not gonna, like, put in a whole lot of extra effort voluntarily. Or, like, if your performance isn't measured or something like that. If you're just kind of left completely to float, that maybe isn't very good. But there's a whole other side of this thing which I think tends to get missed, which is that if you make it so absolutely brutal to try and realize an idea, then you're also missing out on innovation. You're missing out on the benefits of what should be something of, you know, a system of private ownership. Like, if your prospect is either you produce some kind of unicorn, so like a new Uber, and if you fail to do that, then you are facing, like, an existence where you don't even have basic health care covered. What you're doing is you're really only enabling the people who have, you know, kind of health care and such through other means. And the fact of the matter is that there's a lot of people who, you know, the success stories we like are the people who usually aren't coming from, you know, great wealth, producing new businesses. Like, we like the story of the scrappy, you know, young entrepreneur, or old entrepreneur for that matter, who made something new. And so this kind of comes back to what we were talking about with Canada and, like, the childcare benefits in that, right? Enabling, you know, removing the barrier of getting childcare, because of course if you have to impose the cost of childcare, the only jobs you'll consider are ones that will pay you significantly more than the cost of getting the kids taken care of. Likewise, if you actually have a genuinely great, like the next Apple or something, but the possibility of failure means that, like, it's not just that you lose it all, but you are going to be facing an incredibly painful existence. That's also going to stifle innovation as well. And that's the one thing that I always think is kind of a disappointment in terms of the way that people talk about, you know, capitalism and the ideas of, like, creative destruction and all of that, is that, like, the people who really like to focus on the misery and, like, the loss are generally the people who really haven't experienced it and like to pretend that they're living in some sort of realpolitik world, and they know the truth about how it is, you know, what you'd think from the sort of the shark, you know, from a title like Shark Tank. But the really important thing to remember here is that what you should worry about if you care about the economy is the efficient allocation of resources. And that means that you don't want someone who is worried. I'm just using healthcare as an example because it's something that, at least in the case of the United States, is a genuine concern for people who are potentially thinking of going out on their own. Like, if you are in a situation where if you leave your job, you don't have healthcare coverage, you may not decide, like, on the margin, you may decide that as good as your idea is, you simply cannot take the risk that something happens to you while you are building your startup, your business. And what that means is that society loses out on what would have been a very productive use, more productive than your current job. And the only reason why you're staying in that less productive role is because the costs to you of innovating are too high. Now, that may not necessarily be an argument for a national health system, because obviously if the costs exceed the societal benefits, then, there's a worry there. Obviously, there's lots of other countries in the world that haven't, failed to innovate as a result of having healthcare systems. But again, it's not my job to tell Americans how to run their country. But it's kind of funny, just the way that you mentioned, capitalism is fun when you don't actually risk losing everything. It's a fun comment, because in one sense, that's one of the appeals about playing tycoon-style games. But one of the things that's really funny is that the people who like to play the hard-nosed businessman on TV really don't understand exactly the dynamics of what drives the economy. At least it feels that way to me. Are the artisans the ones who can end up just running away with your money? Yes, they have their Kickstarters. All right, the Zroni Minor Colony. Finding and communicating with the psionic archives has become much easier now. Contact can be made as soon as our expedition lands, at which point we can access more detailed records and concepts. From what we have learned here, some things are too good to be true, and so it was with the godhead granted to the Zroni by the Shroud. The energy required to power the vast changes in the Shroud's composition had to come from somewhere, and for them it originated from the supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy. As the Zroni made their changes within the Shroud, so the singularity expanded, consuming the mass of the galactic center and converting it into energy, which was then siphoned into the Shroud. This discovery shook the Zroni. Debate turned to argument. Arguments led to division. Division turned to civil war between the two main factions.
Construction complete.
All right, happy with the research station. So I'm going to be going over my cap doing this, but that's fine. Rapid iteration and construction simulations determines the optimal component assembly patterns for each building project ahead of time. So I can boost my mining output. I could get... You know what? I think it's time that we upgrade my weaponry. I've waited long enough.
Anomaly found.
Sensors pick up unexpected activity from an isolated point on Chalk's 4B's frozen surface. Although I guess I'll be losing a little bit of the Empire Sprawl. I wonder if it does a proper breakdown of... Yeah, so Pops are my biggest contributor. I'll be getting about 4 back when all is said and done, when I account for growth and the time it'll take this thing to be built. That's not terrible. At some point, Castra's got to get another administrative center, but the drawback here is that I also need to build that... I keep forgetting to buy this. The problem is that Castra's doing double duty as a source of industrial work as well as administrative offices. And it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to build more administrative offices until I've got my... consumer goods in hand. So we're 3 here. I can't really build another. Well, I can, just it's wasteful. In Quantos, we're at 3. Eventually, I'm gonna populate another technician. Well, we still have 2 more. But yeah, I think I should probably do another generator. There is also the question of whether or not I should try and unlock any more buildings. That I'm going to have to work out later. But for now, I think... Oh, Jesus, I didn't know we were paused. Sorry. Stop hurting the black hole. No! So the war begins. The Exile. The readings originate from a small research outpost, which the Black Codex has no records of establishing or indeed authorizing on the surface of Chalk's 4B. It is staffed by one Emutherian scientist, a fairly talented and industrious one if their research on Chalk's 4B is anything to go by. There's a problem with regards to their identity, however. We have been unable to match them against official state records, and they refuse to identify themselves save for stating that they are an exile. They've expressed an interest in returning to Quantos to serving the Black Codex directly, on the condition that the ISS Tabomka immediately depart Chalk's 4B and no Emutherian ships ever return there. Man, it is really tempting. So the Exile I have actually picked up before, and if I remember correctly, they're pretty good scientists. But I just don't like the idea of, you know, we're gonna search it. So, other question: search every nook and cranny of that outpost. I think the lifespan of the Exile probably gives me a lot more physics research as a researcher, but it's, you know, over time. So. There's something unusual about the research outpost on Chalks 4B. The structure itself is commonplace enough, a temporary shelter erected against the harsh elements, allowing surface-level planetary study for a limited time before it wears down and conditions become untenable. But it is situated on top of a rocky formation poking through the sea of ice that covers the planet. The crew of the ISS Tabapka has found an intricate system of caves and narrow passages leading into this mountain, accessible from inside the research outpost. In one of the larger cabin halls, they have found the desiccated remains of the outpost's original staff. This contingent of Imutherian researchers has originally been dispatched elsewhere, but evidently diverted to this uninhabited and hostile planet to set up shop. Of course, the self-proclaimed exile is now nowhere to be found. The ISS Tabapka has launched one of its escape pods, transporting the bodies of the deceased back to Quantos. Sorry for being a little distracted. One thing for those of you that like the initial analysis of the asteroid's composition points towards potentially interesting finds. One of the things I've been trying to look at, for those of you that like watching the Elder Scrolls stuff on YouTube, this is where the highest quality versions of those videos can be found, by the way.
Special project complete.
Many months have passed since the discovery of the rift near Zubin without anything out of the ordinary happening, but now we have received reports of a large gathering of mineral-laden rocks pouring out of it. They are ours for the taking. Observation of the rift will continue. It would be wonderful if minerals were worth as much as they were in the earlier versions of this game. What was I going to say? Yeah, so YouTube has some very optimistic guidelines in terms of when videos finish processing. So I've noticed that every once in a while, it will it'll be like, it will say that the video's been released, but like it'll be a 360 horizontal line version of the video as opposed to the full 1440. And I've been trying to time exactly how long it takes without a lot of success. So sorry, I'm occasionally just checking in on YouTube to see if it's still working, because it's been like 24 hours now. Volatile motes are fickle particles that are dangerous to work with. In order to safely harvest them without setting off a chain reaction of explosions, energy fields must be used to stabilize the motes. So that's really just so that I can unlock this one. Now, the Disruptor is kind of tempting. It's really great at annihilating shields, but I'm not sure. I think we'll go for the FTL inhibitors just in case. We've been pretty lucky at not, running into new species, but I think at some point we're going to have to prepare for it. So going for the cheap stuff is not a terrible idea right now. Also take a quick second to just see if we've got anybody. No. Nobody who's good at doing that sort of thing. So here I'm going to kind of ignore the Empire Sprawl for a little bit and just take the really obvious extensions to my territory, and then we can revisit whether or not it's a good idea to keep pushing so aggressively. I think it's pretty clear here I can at least move out to the Sirma system, especially given that I'll get access to a Gaia world, which I probably should actually be colonizing sooner rather than later. Fragments of life. It appears that the asteroid SL9 36367 and the surrounding debris originate from a former planet. Deep within the center of the asteroid, we can find traces of extremely valuable alloys. There are also hints of bacterial life that has now died in the vacuum of space. This shows us that the celestial body once bore the promise of life. Given my minerals, there's also something of an argument that I can build more than one construction ship, but I'm not entirely sure I'm going to want to be sustaining that kind of rapid expansion. Star system charted. For that long. Yeah, expansion-wise, I would like a clearer idea of what this side of the map looks like, but if, like, we could sew it up so that we have a choke point here, you know, the other entryway, ignoring the you know, the Fallen Empire, I guess we could probably, like, run it out to somewhere like here. So choke point here, choke point there, or I guess I'd probably make it here. That's a pretty handsome bit of real estate. And to be honest, like, when you look at this structure here, right, it doesn't really seem like these, it doesn't seem like any of these are connecting to the other parts. All right, the latest data report from the Rift's observation probe tells us that the Rift has vanished. After drawing its last breath, the Rift closed and left behind not even a trace of its energies. However, the data collected over time has furthered our physics studies. Physics research gained 1,253. So if I want, I could also try amoeboid pacification.
Anomaly found.
I haven't really run into any hostile amoeba yet, though, so I think it's probably better. This is going to be... No, it's just because I haven't bought this. I think I'll wait until I actually run into hostile amoeba before I work that out. Okay, new tradition time. So we can change our building and district upkeep by 10%. That will probably help me out on energy, but not on... okay, but the standard construction templates doesn't really help me. Yeah, so I should go down administrative operations and then probably the pursuit of profit. So, administrative operations. As our empire continues to grow, eliminating corruption and inefficiency is of critical importance. These credit drains must be plugged. Now, I'm assuming that is upkeep for buildings, not for jobs, but let's just take a quick look here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a pure energy play there, which is fine because it just means that I can do more expansion. It also means I'll be able to buy more consumer goods, but it's just upsetting that I still need to waste these resources. So again, my assumption here is that the food situation is going to sort itself out over time. We need one more worker. We'll have a little bit of a surplus. The challenge is going to come when we try to take these worlds. So maybe what we'll do is let's just see what we're working with here. So this isn't exactly... Oh, God.
Construction.
Well, okay,
complete.
there's one good thing about this world, which is one world can specialize on consumer goods, the other one can specialize on alloys. It does also have a rare resource. So yeah, we get more moats. The construction ship's idle, that's never good. Moscot gives me a little bit more, so I'll start with that. Yeah, so I guess the argument for LEMSA 3A would be additional
Star
industrial
system
capacity.
charted.
We'd also be starting with an extra pop because we'd have the expansion abilities. Of course, that would also be adding quite significantly to the Empire sprawl because I'd have another planet, and that planet would be spinning off new workers, but that's the kind of growth I want. The real gem, of course, is the Gaia world. It's a size 19 too, so that's really appealing. It's probably my best mining option too, although obviously the industrial districts are... maybe I'm just misreading it, and the industrial districts
system
are
charted.
tied to the number of available. So size 16. No, that wouldn't be true, because otherwise, you know, why wouldn't this have... Unless there's a feature problem? Nope, okay, it's not tied to the size of the world. It just happens to be that we've got lots of industrial worlds that we have access to. So, you know, the hope would kind of be that I wouldn't be doing industry on the Gaia world, that I would have other resources. The mining isn't terrible. Would also give Titanic... Oh, okay, nice. Titanic life forms in crystalline caverns. And it gives a bonus to research output. Okay, so this would become a science world, basically. I really need to keep on top of this, especially given that our energy is kind of going gangbusters now. So... Gribben has the possibility to... Yeah, Gribben has the possibility to be the breadbasket of the Empire for sure. And that's a question in terms of how quickly it can grow. Assuming that we're able to support the populations, it makes sense to take both Lemsa and Wentworth. Wenkwort. Wenkwort, there's no way I'd be able to get the research advantages from it right away. I would, at the very least, I would need to, to use some industrial capacity to build it up to pay for the researchers. But again, the idea here is to sort of think long term. It's definitely a piece of land that I would like to capture, and it's fairly easy to defend. So the worst that happens, like, let's just say that there's some insanely good AI that just runs in all the way up to, Sirma. If I've claimed Wenkwort, I've claimed Kazoo. So yeah, I'll probably just do my expansion out here so I can kind of close off these little holes in the Empire. Maybe I'll get the volatile motes, but I do actually think I'm going to expand out to the worlds. Because I think at this point having another planet growing and giving me people to generate the things that I need is it's a little more effective than waiting for these worlds to grow on their own. Alright, further details of the Zroni Civil War factions have been extracted from the crystal. One faction, which came to be known as the Divine, felt that the fate of the physical galaxy was of no concern to the Zroni, who could continue their omnipotent existence in the Shroud until the entire galaxy was consumed in some unimaginably far-off future. Even then, there are other galaxies, perhaps even other universes, which could conceivably be consumed. The other faction, the Saviors, were aghast at this. The Zroni should not destroy the galaxy to live as parasitic gods. Even outside the Shroud, their psionic abilities guaranteed them a utopian existence. The location of another Zroni colony has also been discovered. This is a neat one. So the minor colony is on Epsilon Indi, which is not a place I would have normally expanded to, but it's certainly on my way, so I can take that. And let's get you back to... Our science officer has found an anomaly. This will require extensive probing, but could garner a substantial find. Let's get them to close in some of the gaps from the last batch of exploration. I'm sure there will be something to pull this unit away. I should have checked out... You know what? Let's try that again. Guess I'm out of orders. I'm getting a little bit better on the consumer goods, but we're also starting to suffer on the food. The moon Hawas 5A is the home to a marvel of nature. Giant colorful explosions appear in the sky, a result of the chemical composition of the atmosphere reacting to the sun's gamma rays. Students and senior scientists alike are spreading this find like a wildfire. It has generated quite the spark of interest for the scientific field amongst our people. So, inspired recruits, 10 years of higher survey speeds and anomaly research speeds, both very good for me because I am trying to find the borders of my empire still. Okay, I want to keep an eye on employment. Right now I'm sort of in saving mode for most of these worlds, but I do need to keep I just need to keep an eye on what's going on to make sure that I don't run into surprise unemployment. But I'm going to do something insane and actually raise the speed for one of those rare occasions, because right now we're just sort of waiting for some of our plans to
Star system charted.
bear fruit. Pretty.
Star system charted.
So one of the really big questions, I need to find the wormholes as quickly as possible, because where these things spit out is going to determine how far I want to push my borders out. Coil guns are more powerful versions of the early mass drivers, using electromagnetic coils to rapidly accelerate projectiles towards targets. Let's do... I actually am slightly more inclined towards hull points than I am mining subsidies right now, because all of my minerals are coming from space.
Anomaly found.
Asteroid Leet TS8 is emanating some form of
Star
radiation
system
in uncontrolled
charted.
bursts. Is someone or something trying to communicate with us?
Technology secured.
Gravity Crush. The ISS Dverix survey of the asteroid is temporarily halted as a probe is caught by an errant gravitational anomaly. The probe manages to transmit some data before it is brutally crushed by the extreme forces that completely dissipate soon after. Nice little batch of physics there. All right, this is a
Star
continental
system
world.
charted.
Oh, apparently I ignored my physics research. So the extra research alternatives is kind of tempting, as is the extra energy credits. I mean, we're doing fine for energy credits now. This is why I was really resisting going crazy about energy, because of course now we've just got this mad surplus. Not that that's bad. I mean, it's, you know, ideally I'd have like a surplus of 100 on just about everything on here, but yeah, this takes a shorter period of time and it's to the specialty, so I think that shouldn't require too much explanation. I think it's clear because I'm going to be expanding. I think I should just probably build the farm and be done with it, because there's really nothing else for me to do on this agro world. I don't think I have the multiplier for it yet. This is why I don't like going on high speed mode, because it's always stop-start for me. Our survey has uncovered something that can only be described by the science team as mystical. We would need to investigate the phenomenon more in detail to unshroud the mystery. Make it so. The sensor profile of a mid-sized vessel was briefly detected inside the upper atmosphere of this gas giant. And finally, a remarkable array of gases are being vented on Dram 1, ones not usually found on molten worlds. Some of these gases show promising industrial value. Speaking of promising industrial value, I am going to build another construction ship. One for expansion, one for infrastructure. It's huge. Back taking a break after working on one of your final papers. Excellent. This is school, I take it? Buri Badonag and her crew have made a surprising discovery on Dram 1. The molten planet is home to an exotic array of extremophilic microorganisms. These bacteria live deep inside the volcanic vents that scar the planet, thriving in the extremely high temperatures produced there. This unprecedented find is our first known example of organic life forms flourishing on molten planets. Moreover, the extremophiles on Dram 1 are in fact responsible for the rare gases detected in the thin atmosphere, producing these valuable compounds as a byproduct of their metabolic processes. Ah, nice. So we get gases, and it's not certain that we would take this world, but it's well within our reach. What subject is it for, or is it like your? I had a final paper which was like everything. Was there a DLC that brought you back to Stellaris? Well, this one, but it was DLC because they like gave me the key for it. So it's a Nemesis, but it's not like the case that I had made to the contact that I spoke to was I've streamed this game since it first came out, and that it is the change in the it's the change in the policy as to how they give out keys that, would have prevented me from doing it. Now, I'd made that case before in some other cases, and like people who I thought I had a fairly good rapport with just like straight up ghosted me, which, again, it's their company, it's their keys, like it's up for them to do it. But like it was the thing that did keep me from having a dedicated Paradox day, because, obviously I have to, I'm not going to pay for the privilege to share Stellaris. I like the game, but I don't think it's unreasonable that because there's sort of an expectation now that I'll be streaming sort of the top version of Stellaris, the one with all of the features and having to, answer questions about it. I don't think it's entirely unreasonable to ask, for a press key. And if I'm not, then there's just stuff like Phantom Brigade and such. So it's not so much the features of this one were like, oh, Stellaris is awesome again. I've always liked Stellaris. But it turns out that it does seem to very much be a question in terms of who you talk to when it comes to sort of exceptions for keys. So, which is, I'm very grateful that they did that, because I know the numbers. Like, I'll be honest with you, I wish the channel was bigger. I don't know why. I'm not the same draw for Stellaris that I used to be. Maybe because I stop and talk about why I'm not the same draw that I used to be. I do think there's some algorithm changes that have happened. Maybe people's tastes have changed, or maybe I was getting big hosts from someone that I never noticed before, and they've stopped, and maybe it's just coming back to its natural level. I don't really know any of those things, but I do know that it has meant, at least in the context of Paradox, it has actually been very difficult to reach out on, like for Crusader Kings, that's like never coming back. So I do definitely, there's 2 VODs that get released every week for that. Oh, that's not true. There's definitely people who want to watch Stellaris, but whether or not they want to watch a small Stellaris streamer, that's another question. And it's good. Like, as a whole, I actually think it's good that more people are streaming the game, because it means the game is more popular. That means there's more people to play with and more people to share something you like with. But unfortunately, Paradox is the only company that I've interacted with that has been really explicit in terms of what their expectations are for concurrent views. And partly because I was doing stuff like Imperator and Age of Wonders Planetfall, which maybe weren't the most popular at the time, my stats kind of cratered, and that seems to have made it very difficult to ask for the follow-ups. But again, like, I realize it's hard not to sound bitter about that sort of stuff. Like, it's within their power and their decisions, and I'm very, very happy that someone listened to me and got back to me with either a yes or no with regards to Stellaris. It's not that if I hear no, I swear an oath of enmity. But there is a dilemma when it comes to a game like this. I will move on with the game afterwards. I just figure I should probably address it just so I don't sound like an entitled jackass. The problem is that because there's sort of been an expectation in terms of viewership that's been created from always playing the latest version, it becomes very difficult to say, okay, but we're only going to be playing DLC up to point X. My feeling in that case will be that the viewership drops off even further, because the reason people would want to be watching it would be to see the latest stuff. Active scans on Neuland 3 have picked up what appears to be a large ship deep inside the atmosphere of this gas giant. Judging by the nearby debris, there have been several failed attempts to salvage this derelict in the past. Any ship strong enough to withstand such crushing gravity must be a magnificent prize, and Science Officer Tik Jakir has proposed a salvage project of our own. So bring it up, whatever it is. This is
updated.
The secret reason. Oh, it's a science ship. Never mind. I thought you needed a construction ship for that. By the way, one weird paradox on this, so to speak. I also got a request. I can't tell you from who, but I I actually got a request for somebody to send me my rate for streaming a game. Like, you know, we want to pay you to stream this thing. You know, how much does it cost? And I tried to say I'm happy to do it for free, and they wouldn't hear it. So now I need to find out what my rate is. So it's really weird that you can go from, like, you know, struggling to, you know, to continue streaming stuff that you sort of built the channel on, to someone saying it's like, we want to pay you to cover this. So suffice to say, I do not understand this market very well. It's wonderful. You will know who it is eventually, by the way. I just need to, you know, there are certain times you are allowed to say these kinds of things, and I believe I am allowed to say that I've had the conversation, but I definitely should not be saying who I've had the conversation with. Among the asteroids around WPR 285, a tree is drifting through the... And one of the biggest reasons is, like, what if it doesn't happen, right? You know, I could give them too high of a price. The game could be delayed. There could be any number of things that come up. So, you know, but that was a bit of good. I mean, it's just, sometimes it's easy to feel sorry for yourself on this sort of stuff. So it's nice to, you know, it's nice to have two sides of the perspective. All right, among the asteroids around WPR 285, a tree is drifting through the emptiness of space, an unprecedented and highly unlikely event. The tree is surrounded in a protective bubble reminiscent of an energy shield. Suddenly, we detect some hostile space dwellers on approach. This coincided with some sap leaking through the tree shield while we collected samples. Could it have agitated the creatures?
Situation log updated.
All right. Science ship ISS Deverick has encountered a hostile life tree protectors fleet in Midland and is currently attempting to evade them. Well, it doesn't look like they're doing a very good... Oh, yeah. No, never mind. They are. You know what?
Technology secure.
Let's see if we can make this work. The mind is in many ways a reflection of the universe itself, a microcosmos. All species may not reach this insight, but their minds are tools greater than any other. So I want to keep a close eye on this science ship, but it looks like they're far enough away that I can get away with this. Planetary capital is very tempting, but so is cloning. I'd love to do planetary capital. It's like one of my, like, I really, really, really want to pick this. But growth is what is going to get this empire back on track. And I'm so close to what I need, but I gotta, you know, I really need to push it over the edge. So we're going to go for growth speed. I also need to turn this into a forge world at some point. What's the end goal of this empire? Just joined in a long time. How you doing, Masamagoma? Good to see you. I mean, I would like to see some of the new endgame stuff that they've brought into the game. There is a chance to become the Crisis. There's also the way to sort of become the High Overlord of the, you know, of the galaxy. You can go from being the Protector to you know, to suddenly the, you know, becoming the Empire in Star Wars. So there's a number of different ways that I can go with it, and I am trying to keep my options open because, of course, we might learn a little bit about who the Black Codex are. But at the moment, I'm focused on my medium-term goals of claiming as much territory as possible and just getting as many raw resources to... Well, not raw resources in, like, minerals, but, like, getting as many resources with which I'm going to be making my later game decisions as possible. And then probably around the time that, you know, the Great Khan shows up, we'll probably have a clearer idea about where the galaxy is, and I am slightly angling some of my I am slightly angling some of my choices towards things that would, how do I put it? You know, things that'll give me a chance to mess around with espionage, because we haven't run into any new systems. I haven't actually been able to mess around with espionage too much yet. Okay, special project completed. After rigorous research, we now understand why the tree's sap summoned those creatures. The tree is able to produce a highly nutritious substance, which has machine-like abilities to repair organic tissue. This tree is a tree of life. If we harvested it, we could use it to expand the lifespan of our people, but there is one problem. The tree's healing power is limited in amount. We could use it to improve a small group of people's life substantially or increase everyone's situation by a small amount. So we give it to our leaders, give it to the people, or let the tree drift along. We'll give it to our leaders. That's the way things work in this.
Tactical retreat.
All right, I'll let him run first. Becoming the Crisis, super fun, although the one time you did it, you sort of pulled the trigger on it too soon and got destroyed. Yeah. Yeah, there's lots of stuff that seems really fun in this. I was debating on playing something like a Hive Mind, which I realize I haven't really done on stream yet. But I guess machine intelligence kind of counts. But in this case here, espionage sort of seemed to be the... seemed to be a little bit more appropriate. Espionage seemed a little bit more appropriate to a traditional empire. So, in a masterful display of engineering, the team under Science Officer Tik Jakir has managed to gently raise the derelict ship on Noylon 3 to the gas giant's upper atmosphere. Despite its age, the ancient cruiser is in remarkably good condition, and we have restored power to its systems. No trace of the original crew remains, but we have brought over a few of our own and commissioned the ship into the fleet. That was unexpected, but I'm not upset about it. I guess I can start... really, I should probably be... I probably should be adding to my fleet. So let's add 5 more destroyers for starters. Okay, so we can... specialist pop output all the way. But let's read the text. The pursuit of profit has become a central tenet of our society. Those who are successful at any kind of enterprise are deeply admired, and the accumulation of energy credits is seen as an extremely worthwhile goal. What do you guys mean, become the crisis? The whole galaxy makes a coalition against you or something? Kind of. So the idea is... So, Midori, do you know about the endgame crises in the game? That's probably the first question I should check. Why does everybody want me to do the end of cycle? That's like, in my opinion, it's like the worst ending. Because it's not really a crisis, and it's like miserable. I like science fiction because it's like upbeat, it's optimistic, it's
complete.
You know. I think this is why I like Surviving Mars. Surviving Mars is an incredibly hopeful game. Okay, so you're familiar with like the endgame crises. So basically, the Become the Crisis, Become the Crisis is a set of traditions that you can adopt. So you should be able to take it over here. Become the Crisis. All great works require sacrifice. The rest of the galaxy may not understand, but they will comply. If you write this in your diary, you are the bad guy. So, allows the Black Codex to progress towards becoming the Crisis, requires an empty Ascension perk slot, finish a tradition group, so on and so forth. So, this is kind of a path that you can go down to, instead of have the endgame crisis be something that happens to you, yeah, so the new thing that they have added is a set of mechanics under which you become equivalent to something like the contingency. Okay, so we're back to a surplus on consumer goods. I'm gonna try and turn this into a Forge world, but I think this is gonna be a really disastrous choice. I just want to see how far in the hole we are if I do this. I'll build a precautionary industrial district. Okay, and we are going to work on... I am going to work on expanding to these planets. Okay, month starting over. No way. How am I still at... What? This doesn't make any sense. Guess we'll wait till next month. Dimensional Pocket. The ISS Deverick never made it all the way to VTR BS-12 to study the anomalies surrounding it. The ship, along with Science Officer Vub Basiram and crew, blinked out of existence as it was navigating the debris field, and then reappeared minutes later. Vub Basiram reports that they found themselves briefly in some extra-dimensional space. External viewpoints reports revealed that they were surrounded by countless ships of alien design, suspended in a seemingly endless void. Before the crew could get their bearings, the vision abruptly faded and they found themselves back in regular space. However, roughly half of the crew are missing. Science Officer Bub Basiram speculates that they may have been selectively trapped by some unknowable mechanism in that strange space. I've always found this an incredibly unnerving event, and to be honest, I've never quite been able to pinpoint what it's connected to. Unusually deliberate geometric configuration of minerals drifts through the debris belt by 186498. It's possibly of alien origin. Actually, here's a question. So I don't want someone to, like, crack this open for me, but is there actually a related event or series of events that that refers back to this this space of, like, the ships held in suspended animation? Is it, like, just a question that I haven't been observant enough, or I haven't been lucky enough in terms of how things turn out? Or is this left as a mystery to be resolved later? The missing members of the ISS Deverick's crew, thought lost to the Dimension Rift, have reappeared. They hailed us from aboard an unknown vessel not entirely dissimilar to our own science ships, idling close to where the ISS Deverick originally experienced the dimensional disturbance. They claim to remember nothing of their time outside our dimension, aside from a vague awareness of having been away for some time. They wish for nothing but to return to the service, under Science Officer Bub Basiram, and intend to surrender their ship to the Imutherian authorities. So we can gain a science ship, or the safety of the Imutherian people hinges on their destruction. So, very well. Well, there's a specific question I'm asking here, which is there reference to this elsewhere? Like, is there an explanation as to this location that I've been missing, or like a callback, the same way that the Cybrix are more than just a precursor event? There's something else that can happen in the game. I'm not looking to have it explained. I'm just curious if I just simply haven't made the connection or run into the right stuff yet. Crystal Codex. The mineral cluster is a holographic record, multi-sided, many-edged, and translucent. It remains secure in the ISS Tabamka's tractor beam, but our experts will need some time to decode its contents. A special project has been issued to expedite this process.
Situation log updated.
Okay. One nice thing here is that it's kind of all gravy at this point. Like, if I can get my mitts on this area. Okay, yeah. So that was the essence of the question, which is if it is contained to the event itself, fair enough. But I wasn't sure if this was tied to another. I wasn't sure if this was tied to another event elsewhere in the game. Sadly, my shipyard seems to be building destroyers for the new ship's fleet, not the main fleet. Okay, well, I can't explain to you what's going on. Yeah, there we go.
Special project complete.
Crystal Codex, the holographic data documents, the terms and conditions for a trilateral trade treaty between three major alien powers that once dominated this quadrant of the galaxy. Context eludes us, and the details are meaningless, but Science Officer Tik Jakir feels that this find will prove invaluable to improving our own ability to communicate with alien forces. Fascinating. Essentially here, I'd like to expand a bit faster than I actually am, but the idea here is I'm going to plug in the gaps that I sort of already have in the territory. I'm going to get these additional planets. Yep, I was worried that it would be that aggressive. Okay, so I don't really think I can afford a deficit of 24 right now. So we're going to go back to...
Anomaly found.
The planetary body
Construction
Tirsona
complete.
C2 appears to be covered in some manner of grayish substance, possessing strange properties and varying metallic composition. So I'm going to turn this to a rural world temporarily. That's just going to balance out the production of alloys and consumer goods. And when Castra Prime is a little bit more equipped for consumer goods, we'll be able to switch it. Yeah, I do not want to know what it is. I just want to know if it's referenced elsewhere in the game. Quantum energy states. Basic entanglement principles applied to energy generation provide a substantial increase in energy output. So I guess colony development speed makes sense. I'm probably too late in researching this, but we are going to be making 2 colonies reasonably soon. This is already being worked on, and advances in building techniques will allow for the construction of sturdier and more durable corvettes. I've always wondered if you need to do an upgrade for this, but it looks like it's automatically applied. So we can wait forever for living metal, or we can... Crystal mining is kind of tempting given that it will be within range reasonably soon. So the question is there something better I can do with the resources? And the answer is no. I also think I should change my composition of researchers a little bit. So, okay, genius, that's fine. You know what? I'm actually kind of happy with the way things are right now. There's a small efficiency that I can do, but I also know how easily distracted I am, so I think that's going to haunt... Like, this is a generally good baseline for me to work from. And so I tend to like keeping those over trying to, wring out a little extra. Okay, after a detailed analysis, Officer Buri Bedonag has discovered that the strange metallic substance cooling on the surface of Tirsona C2 in fact comprises billions upon billions of nanites. These nanites are microscopic, self-replicating micromachines, perhaps created by passivization for some unknown purpose. The volume and density of the nanite sludge is remarkable, adding billions of tons of mass to the underlying planet. It would appear that the tiny self-replicators entered a state of runaway reproduction at some point in the past, engulfing the planet and everything on it. In studying the nanites, the crew has made some exciting new findings that will undoubtedly aid us in our own research.
Technology secured.
Good news.
Anomaly found.
This barren and lifeless world is showing signs of having once supported a biosphere. So I'll research that. Okay, so I've got 10 remaining points. The problem, of course, is that I'm never really sure how I want to divide these. Having a lot of destroyers as screeners is not... Sorry, having a lot of corvettes as screeners is not a terrible thing at all. I'll split the difference. Let's say 2 destroyers and 6 corvettes. Detailed survey of Beta Corvi 2 has revealed that it may once have supported... Oh yeah, I actually don't have enough capacity for that. So, Beta Corvi 2 has revealed that it may once have supported life in the distant past. There are significant deposits of frozen water at the polar ice caps beneath the planet's surface. The existence of valley networks suggests that water may have once flowed freely. Terraforming this planet would theoretically be possible, but we do not yet possess the technology to accomplish this monumental task within a realistic time frame. Okay, so yeah, slightly different composition. Let's say... So 2 destroyers will take me up to 7...
Tactical retreat.
Alright, what happened there? Nope, the tree life protectors are back. Well, that's interesting.
Construction complete.
So I gotta wait for them to run, but we should be fine. These fellas are gonna expand out to or no, let's get them to expand out to Epsilon Indi because of the archaeological site.
Star system charted.
Oh god, they're giving me so many good planets and places that are going to cost me an arm and a leg to reach. See, I'm going to have to come up with... So the problem with Castor Prime, as nice as it is to have these industrial districts, it's not going to be enough to support... Oh god, yeah, I probably really put myself in a corner doing this. I'll leave this plan alone for the next little bit. We've made first contact with the mysterious aliens in the EAM system. For now, we have codenamed them the Kai aliens until we can find out more about them. If they possess a language, we must decipher it in order to establish communications. Looks like it's the mining drones. Okay, so given that the mean amoeba are no longer in this system, let's try and explore that.
Anomaly found.
This barren and lifeless world is showing signs of once having supported a biosphere. So I may actually have to undo some of these industrial districts over time, because this is a bureaucratic center. It's never going to catch up to what I need for consumer goods. If I want a consumer goods world, it's essentially going to have to be one of these colonies. We've discovered a new life form in EAM, although calling it a life form might be incorrect. The entities appear to be fully automated. Oh god, there's so many. Fully automated mechanical drones built exclusively for some unknown industrial purpose. Observations will continue, but since it's likely that these machines are programmed with defensive protocols, it would be prudent to tread lightly. Keep looking, but use caution. Okay, terraforming candidate discovered. Our detailed survey of Tirsona 4A has revealed that it may once have supported life in the distant past. There are significant deposits of frozen water at the polar ice caps and beneath the moon's surface. The existence of valley networks suggests that the water may have once flowed freely. Terraforming this moon would theoretically be possible, but we do not yet possess the technology to accomplish this monumental task within a realistic time frame. Okay. So, and then the debris field in which HL3A is a part of rolls and swirls under the influence of unknown forces. So, I think I'm going to leave it here. I think probably I've outstayed my welcome, and I think I'm probably losing a few bodies tonight. So let's do a quick recap of where the Empire is at. I kind of consider the consumer goods problem solved-ish. We're actually doing really good for alloys, and it's clear here that I do need a dedicated consumer goods, and I do need a dedicated alloys planet. The hope was that Castor Prime would be able to supplement with the production of industrial goods. The problem here is this. I want to fill this world with administrative offices. As many as I can get, really. And if I really want to double down on industrial production, this means that I need to make it an industrial world. Which, okay, fine. But then the challenge becomes if I... it's the bonus that I give up. bureaucratic administrative capacity by 2, and then apply that over every bureaucrat you get, that's not nothing, right? Changes to pop ethics and such is also kind of cool, but obviously that's only for the one planet. So what'll probably happen with Castra Prime is that I'm a little worried about using Lemsa as an industrial world. But let's say Lemsa becomes the industrial world. I need to get myself basically built up to a point where I'm able to sustain consumer goods while simultaneously keeping Intham as a forge world. There's one other thing I wanted to double check because I know there's new specializations. So urban world makes a lot more sense than what I've currently assigned it to. So eventually this will be converted into a forge world, but now I know that turning it into a forge world will remove all of the artisans, and the artisans are the ones who produce consumer goods. There is actually one thing I can change under my policies. Currently, we have a militarized economy. If I were to switch over to a mixed economy, we wind up getting a 25% bonus towards consumer goods production. That would almost certainly bring us over the top. But I don't want to do that. Basically, here's the kind of the high wire act that I'm going to be managing. I need to get Lemsa 3A not only up to a point where it's able to sustain the production levels that I need, but it's going to do so at a higher maintenance cost because it's a tropical world, right? I mean, this is true in the real world. Generally, you don't build, your industry in tropical regions. That's not great for depreciation. But, I don't want to put it on the Gaia world. So the Gaia world is sort of my bonus, although again, the point of this one is going to be able to do research. That's going to be a dedicated science world because of Titanic life as well as the gardens. And then, was there another effect? No, I think that was it. So what's going to happen is Castra may wind up as Lemsa grows. What may happen here is I start converting some of these industrial districts into city districts. And with those city districts, I'll turn those into bureaucratic centers so that Castra Prime becomes an administrative world. And this is the reason why I feel okay with this is that this is a size 12 planet. So in the end, there's I'm not really giving up a whole lot in terms of resource extraction. This was always sort of destined to become a planet where its specialized its specialized material was a little bit more interesting than its potential as a resource generator. Sorry, a raw resource generator. Gribben is again the breadbasket of the Empire. Once we get to the limit here, I'm going to start removing blockers. We also don't seem to have the percentage improvement for food, but that'll be coming up eventually. At some point, I also would also like to build a temple on Castra because it's the one planet that doesn't have it. But of course, we have an upkeep of 4 for consumer goods. That Gaia world have bonuses to society, research, and cult. I don't know about culture workers, but let's just double check that. So Titanic gives society research. Oh no, yeah, it is culture and research. So it's pretty cool planet. I was just thinking of the research because I don't have a good research world yet. But yeah, needless to say, this thing kind of writes itself as far as the special buildings that I'm going to be putting on. So because this, one way of thinking about it is just to say, what do these planets get me in terms of their overall structure? This world, despite its capacity for resource extraction, is definitely much better suited towards this specialized work. Castra is not a very good candidate because it just simply does not have a lot of resources to exploit. That makes it an appealing bureaucratic center. Intham does have a good good segment of industrial districts. The only mistake that I'd made was I did not realize that setting it as a forge world would completely convert the production towards one or the other. I don't want to kneecap my alloy production, and I don't want to, I don't want to just be constantly running on the consumer goods treadmill. And so this basically the logic is that it necessitates at least one more new planet. And then, of course, the Gaia world is just so good that why wouldn't I take it, right? It's so close to what I've got already. And this is one of the big reasons why Castra may have to take on more bureaucratic centers, basically to just make sure that we're able to manage all of the new planets. But it also assumes that Lemsa is going to be able to get up to scale and produce a lot of consumer goods rather quickly. Because if we don't, then we run into the same problem that we have right now. Lots of specialized jobs claiming consumer goods, and ultimately our inability to manage it. Although, there might be an edict I can drop. Recycling campaign? Yeah, we can get a bonus to consumer goods upkeep, so this would actually put us in the black. Sounds like a good use of energy credits to me. So what are the next few turns going to be like? I know I said I was going to wrap it up. The next few turns are basically going to be... I still need to find the balance. There's going to be colonization in terms of these couple of worlds. The other thing that's going to become really important soon is my ability to sort of move my science ships and find the borders of my empire. Because right now it's really looking like I have a big chunk of the galaxy all to myself. So right now, let's say that the next, we wind up finding some terrible, the ravenous bug bladder beast of Thrall, somewhere, in this foggy area over here. This is a natural choke point, so we've got one entryway here. I'm going to treat the fallen empire as not being an entryway, because if they declare war on me, it's already game over. And it's anything that is capable of fighting through these guys is also game over. So, for now, this is kind of no man's land. Right now, I've not moved out to this wormhole because I can set up a defensive position here if this wormhole winds up going somewhere scary. So, choke point. And then depending on how I do this expansion, it's possible that the choke point goes here, right? And then that basically just sews up this whole part of except for the Fallen Empire part, basically this whole part of the galaxy is mine. And that means, of course, that Castra's role as a bureaucratic center is extremely important, because the only way I'm going to be able to afford all of this stuff without seeing my resource costs go up substantially is by having a lot of people pushing paperwork around. The good news, of course, is that I will be generating crystals. So Aruz has the crystals. I feel like there was at least one other world that was crystal generating. Sorry, there is one other consideration, Rhizor. So it may be that there's a cramp in terms of entryways. The best would be if Rhizor winds up going to where Messia is, because that means I've got some pretty effective movement within the Empire, but it's something that's fully under my control. Oh, that's interesting. I thought we had access to quite a few more crystals than we actually do. Oh, there we go. Chalks has got two. So usually I like to have at least like a surplus of one. So in reality, that would be 2 upgrades to the bureaucratic centers. So it's not great, but we can work with it. Anyways, again, there's also the possibility that this is someone's home here. But yeah, we've definitely gotten pretty lucky as far as this placement is concerned. Obviously, if the Fallen Empire wakes up, we're in trouble, but that's the whole reason for wanting to, to accumulate as many of these resources as possible. So that's going to be it. Probably a little bit more paperwork. Clearly, my one, maybe not disappointment, but the one consideration in terms of just showing off the DLC is that it would have been nice to have maybe a little bit more action Obviously Gavin was very eager to see space combat earlier in the stream. And you can't control some of that stuff sometimes. It would be nice if we could, but let's see. Okay, here's a question for you. Who is here for Stellaris? And who's here because it's me? I'm asking this because I'm debating between trying to find somebody new for Stellaris, or trying to find someone, or there's a couple of people who I know who are currently streaming. And I figure if it's for me, you'll probably be fine with another game. And if you're here for Stellaris, you'd probably like to see another Stellaris streamer. So, is there anybody new to the channel? I'm not going to ask you to follow or anything unless you're really enjoying it. But is there somebody here who would like to see another, like specifically would like to see another Stellaris streamer who easy outplay by Chalk, just be the only one to spawn this side of the galaxy. Okay, I'm thinking it's been a while since I've hosted Night Valian. So again, I really do like supporting broadcasters who are doing the game that I'm currently doing. But I also know I sort of talked out the people who might be interested in Stellaris. So I think we'll send it over to Night Valian tonight. It actually looks like he doesn't have too many people watching him right now, so it would probably be nice if a few of you could hang around and say hi. I would really appreciate it if you do, because he's a soft-voiced Brazilian who I've never actually played or seen Final Fantasy VII, so I hear this is a popular game. But it's always nice to see some new things. As far as my side, there's going to be another Elder Scrolls Oblivion episode starting up tomorrow at 7 o'clock. I'm usually inside of chat to to hang out and talk if you guys would like. That's already uploaded, so I'll make sure that Twitch has processed it. If you're here for my live broadcasts, Wednesday will be, I don't know if it's Phantom Brigade or Industries of Titan. I'm gonna have to decide that, but it's one of the Brace Yourself games for sure. And then Friday, it has been Hollow Knight, and I feel like we'll be continuing that for the next little while. So hopefully that's interesting to you. If not, I'll be doing more Stellaris next week, probably starting at 7 or closer to 7 than I did this time around. But as always, thank you very much for watching. If you liked it, feel free to follow. If you didn't like it, well, sorry, but I appreciate you hanging around. And I will leave you in the capable hands of Night Valian. Have a good one, guys. Thanks.